Good afternoon, evening, morning, everybody. To Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you double coverage coming up of the Iran war developments and also Artemis splashdown, the Artemis II astronauts returning to Earth. They'll be back in 2 hours and 51 minutes and 10 seconds. So we're going to be watching that, covering that, talking about that, bringing you the latest on the war, and also, the NASA coverage of the NASA stream where they actually cover the crew comes home thing. That is in 73 minutes. So we'll watch that too. I don't even know that there's, I'm just going to turn the audio on here. There is audio on here. But so we have this on. Althea said, watched senators interviewing the astronauts today. Now that supposedly is a live shot, right? Isn't that the live shot? I can tell. Hold on. I don't know if I can tell. Let's go back and see if we can see it getting closer. I'm going to skip back. That's like an hour ago. Now let's forward through. Let's keep forwarding through like real fast. If I forward it through, will we see it getting bigger? It should get bigger. It's not really forwarding through. It's circling. This is not working. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about that. Anyways, it's getting closer. Now what's happening? Okay. Austin says, Earth looks beautiful from that distance. Yeah, see, 4 hours ago, this was 4 hours ago. That's 4 hours ago right there. Good morning, Jeremy. That's 4 hours ago. And that's now. All right. What am I seeing here? This is so confusing. Oh, thanks to Gordos48. Gordos48, thank you. That's really nice of you. And also Stephen Briones. Steven says, no news is good news. Do you know about Iran? Well, we're going to bring you updates. It's not clear that there's going to be negotiations tomorrow. There's some drama over that. All right, hold on a moment here. We're going to be taking comments from you guys and bringing you the latest updates. I got to keep an eye on the updates about the war. I'll be keeping an eye on that. Let's see here. Yeah, I did see there was a report that the Iranian delegation was in Pakistan, but they have said that, oh, I can see them. There's a picture of them. Yeah, the Iranian delegation has arrived in Pakistan, according to Iranian state media. But Iran has said they're not going to start negotiations if there's not a ceasefire in Lebanon. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. Also, there were, I believe, NBC News reported that 2 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz in the past day. 2 ships. What is the splashdown? That's when they return to Earth. Maybe I should say astronauts return to Earth. Oops. Yeah, so we're going to see that. By the way, a quick thank you to Fish9893. Hey, that's really generous of you. Fish9893. Wow, thank you. Thanks, Fish. Jeff Buddington, our member, thank you. Thanks so much to Haley Girl. Thank you, Haley Girl. Also, Thomas P0419, who's given so many memberships, gave 5 more people memberships. It's really nice of Thomas from Sweden. Teppy gave 5 people memberships. Thank you so much, Teppy. Kerry Poteet gave 5 people memberships. Really nice of you. Blasting Game is a member. Liam from Florida is a member. Thank you. Kevin Graham, thanks for being a member. I want to shout out our moderators too as we start the stream. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you so much, Beth Mythical, over there on YouTube. And we have, I need a moment here. Idaho Star moderating on Twitch. Thank you, Idaho Star. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Over there on Facebook. Mythical over there on, we have 2 of me. Kay Lowry Body is modding. Thank you, Kay. Also, thanks Kristen McConnell Gates for being a subscriber over there. Excuse me. Okay. I think we're ready to get into this. I can tell you a little more of a schedule for this NASA thing. Here, Artemis II splashdown timeline from NASA. See? There you go. 7:33 Eastern, Orion's crew module will separate from the service module, exposing its heat shield for the spacecraft's return through Earth's atmosphere, where it will encounter temperatures of about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 7:37 p.m. following separation, Orion will perform an 18-second crew module raise burn, beginning to set the proper entry angle and align the heat shield for atmospheric interface. 7:53 p.m. when Orion reaches 400,000 feet above Earth's surface, while traveling nearly 35 times the speed of sound. The crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs in the planned entry profile. This moment marks the spacecraft's first contact with the upper atmosphere and the start of a planned 6-minute communications blackout as plasma builds around the capsule. 8:03 p.m. Around 22,000 feet in altitude, the drogue parachutes will deploy, slowing and stabilizing the capsule as Orion nears splashdown. 8:04 p.m. Around 6,000 feet, the drogues will release, and the 3 main parachutes will deploy, reducing Orion's speed to less than 136 miles an hour. 8:07 p.m., slowing to 20 miles an hour. Orion will splash down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego, completing the crew's return to Earth and a journey of over almost 700,000 miles. From there, teams from NASA and the U.S. military will extract the crew from Orion and fly them via helicopter to the USS John P. Murtha. Recovery teams will retrieve the crew, assist them onto an inflatable raft, then use helicopters to deliver them to the ship. Once aboard, the astronauts will undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to the shore, where a waiting aircraft will take them to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. During the mission, NASA says, the astronauts completed a historic lunar flyby, marking humanity's return to the vicinity of the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. Lady Alice Guy says, exciting. So right now you can see we're about 2 hours away from this first item here on this list. Kyle N. Is saying, why can't they walk on the moon now? I mean, it's a complex question. We've talked about this before, but they have to redevelop. So right now, NASA is developing the technology to safely put them on the moon. So they did testing on this mission to help with that. But the next mission is Artemis II. Artemis III is NASA's Artemis III will test integrated operations between the Orion spacecraft and one or both commercial landers. The landers, which will take them to the moon, the crew to the moon. One or both the commercial landers from SpaceX and Blue Origin, respectively. Artemis III launch 2027.
Houston integrity steps 12, 13, 14, and 15 are complete.
Jeremy, Houston copies. Thank you.
And you might say, why can't they use the exact same technology? One reason, we were reading about this a week or two ago, and one of the reasons I believe is that, like, the manufacturing facilities and the personnel who know how to do that kind of thing don't even exist for that kind of technology. That's one reason. But basically they can't just use the same thing. They have to develop anew. So that is what's being worked on. But the next one will be 2027. I think 2028 is going to be supposed to be the first. Artemis 4 that's estimated 2028 early. And that's supposed to be humanity's return to the lunar surface. If that happens on time. Uncle Fester believes that your iPhone has more technology than was used in 1972. Hey, thank you to Stephen Briones. Thank you so much, Stephen Briones, for your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Lobster Bobster, who says, have you heard about the chimp civil war in Uganda? No, I've heard nothing about it. I know nothing about it. I can, when I get a second, try to check on that. But again, I have not heard about such a thing. For example, there are a number of stories about it the last 2 days. BBC, for example, says chimpanzees in Uganda are locked in a vicious civil war for 8 years. And it's not clear why they are doing this. The groups of chimps are doing this. Oh, you can read about it on Wikipedia if you want. Gombe chimpanzee war. Oh no, that's not now. Don't take that back. That's the Gombe chimpanzee war is from the 1970s. That's not the current one. So I take that back. I'm sorry. But if you Google chimp civil war, you will find numerous articles recently about this reported chimp civil war. Thanks also to Ruben Rogier Boomin. Ruben Rogier Boomin, if I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I am Charlie, thank you. He says, prayers for Artemis crew and all those involved heroes. Thank you. Thanks, Ruth Anderson, by the way. Thank you, Ruth. Thanks, Ruben Rogier Boomin, for becoming a member.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board the vehicle, the 4 crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook are suiting up in their Orion crew survival suits, the launch and entry suits that they also wore during their launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st. Once the crew is all suited up, they'll conduct a series of leak checks to make sure that they have good suit integrity, aboard integrity, before they strap themselves into their seats for the final phase of this mission that will culminate with a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours and 35 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, about 2.5 hours before sunset, southwest of San Diego.
So they're suiting up.
And the suits are in the process of being leak checked at the present time. We'll relay all that to you in just a few moments. Right now, Integrity is just about 20,000 nautical miles from the Earth, continuing to accelerate towards the next major milestone, which will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 2 hours and 1 minute from now. That separation maneuver, pyrotechnically, will occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by a raise burn, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to induce a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, slightly raising up the aft end of the vehicle to improve its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and in the process mitigates the peak heating effects on the heat shield of the vehicle. Out in the splashdown zone, out in the Pacific Ocean, the weather is forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center. Winds of just about 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet, which should be ideal for the recovery forces that are being deployed from the USS John Murtha to recover the crew, extract them, hoist them into 2 Navy helicopters, and fly them back to the deck of the Murtha to be brought into medical bay for post-splashdown medical checks. We now have a report from the environmental systems officer here that we have good suit leak checks. All 4 suits have passed the leak check, so we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown coming up just over 2.5 hours from now. One data point, just an update on some numbers that we've just received from Flight Dynamics, and these are unofficial and will not become official until post-flight. We now anticipate that the maximum speed that Integrity will encounter as it enters the Earth's atmosphere will be right around the same time as we enter a communications blackout of 6 minutes in duration. We're expecting Integrity's peak speed at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, and at that point the vehicle should be traveling at 24,661.21 miles per hour, which will be just 130 miles short in velocity of the record that was set back in 1969 by the Apollo 10 crew, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, on their return from orbiting the moon. Once again, that peak speed expected to be reached just a few seconds after the start of entry interface, as the vehicle plummets back into the Earth's atmosphere. The peak speed expected to be reached at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time. And that peak speed now estimated by Flight Dynamics to be 24,661.21 miles per hour, which equates to about Mach 33.
Houston Integrity, seat 1 and 2, leak check complete. Also, we powered up the AGA, and it's giving us a CO2 alarm at 4.4.
We copy leak check. We saw it as well. And copy CO2 at 4.4. We are discussing.
I don't know what that's about.
We also on the AGA have a bit A of 16. We've seen that in the past. Should go away.
And Reed, is the AGA been powered for 5 minutes yet, or are we still in that wait period?
We are in the wait period. We expect that bit will go away.
We copy, and that bit can also indicate that we cannot trust the other values, so we'll check back with you after the 5 minutes on the CO2 level.
Okay.
Hey, firm.
Hey, I want to thank a couple people. By the way, Fish9893 gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Fish did, which was really nice of Fish. So please thank Fish or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. But thank you again, Fish9893. Very kind of you. I have to thank some other people here too. Kerry Poteet, I don't know how many cameras the spacecraft has on it. It's a good question. I do not know. Thank you, Kerry Poteet. Also, thanks Ramen in My Tum Tum for the memberships. Very kind of you. Thanks Mitchell Black, who says, how did they film this without Stanley Kubrick? And hold on, did I catch up here?
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time of 8 days, 23 hours, 2 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. While we have a moment here, just an opportunity to run down some of the chronological highlights that lie ahead over the next 2.5 hours before Integrity splashes down in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin a simulcast of NASA Plus coverage that will accompany our 24/7 YouTube coverage that we have been providing ever since we began the mission with the tanking of the Space Launch System at the Kennedy Space Center for launch back on April 1st.
Houston Integrity, we are complete through steps 18. Seats 3 and 4 are yet to suit, obviously.
Jeremy, we copy you completed 16 through 18 and confirm for us whether you needed any adjustments of CIAS in step 17.
Negative. All the settings were still in their launch config.
Houston copies.
Thank you also, the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop, for your support. Mystical Buddha Cake Shop,
once again, with the leak checks having been successfully completed on the 4 launch and entry suits for the crew members on board Integrity, once again, we'll begin our NASA Plus coverage as a simulcast to our 24/7 YouTube coverage in less than an hour at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., we're going to hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System as Integrity continues to approach the Earth. Currently, Integrity is less than 20,000 nautical miles from its destination and a splashdown in the Pacific. We will separate the European service module from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. And just 4 minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, a 19-second burn of the integrity thrusters to slightly tilt the vehicle's orientation upward, with the aft end being tilted upward. That will also change the velocity by 9.9 feet per second and complete the orientation of the vehicle for its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface, where we reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and where most of the dynamic operations will then begin. Entry interface is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, where integrity will be at an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 10 seconds, just a few seconds later, about 24 seconds later, we'll enter a 6-minute communications blackout at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. That communications blackout will be due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization of the interaction of the velocity of integrity with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. So the communications blackout, to last about 6 minutes in duration, will start 24 seconds after entry interface. At 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m., we'll reach our peak velocity. This is an estimation from Flight Dynamics. We should be reaching a peak velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, or somewhere around Mach 33. This will fall about 130 miles per hour short of the speed record set by the Apollo 10.
These times are in Central Time. He's giving Central Time right now. He's giving Central Time.
During the Apollo 10 mission of Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young back in the spring of 1969.
Splashdown's at 8:07, and the fastest speed is going to be at 7:53 p.m. Eastern Time. Wait, is that right? Hold on.
The communications blackout ends.
No, that's incorrect.
Which is expected.
Yeah, the communications blackout ends
just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time.
Central Time.
6:59 and 56 seconds p.m.
Right.
Central Time.
Central Time.
We will be at an altitude of 157,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, and at that point we should be traveling at about 13,300 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, first to the left, allowing integrity to bank to the left. These are computer-commanded, not crew-commanded, but computer-commanded roll reversals to bank the vehicle first to the left, then to the right. That bleeds off excess energy and helps to reduce the speed and the heating effects on the vehicle during the final phase of flight. Starting at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll begin the series of chute deployments. In all, there are 11 parachutes associated with this mission. The first 3 will pull off the forward bay cover from the top of the vehicle. The forward bay cover chutes are 3. That'll be followed by the deployment of the drogue chutes at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Then 3 pilot parachutes will pull the main parachutes, 3 of them, from the forward bay cover. The forward bay housing all of the parachutes at the very top of Orion. The main chute deploy is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. The vehicle will have slowed to just a very glacial speed of 198 miles per hour, feet per second, I should say, at that point, at an altitude of 5,400 feet above the Pacific Ocean. The splashdown velocity, of course, will be 0. 19 miles an hour is the velocity that the crew will feel under the 3 main parachutes as they splash down in the Pacific. southwest of San Diego. So a number of major milestones lie ahead. Splashdown time is currently estimated at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That will conclude a total traveling distance from launch to splashdown of 694,481 statute miles. We're just 1 hour and 48 minutes away now from crew module, service module separation. The crew has donned their launch and entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is in order, and the weather is go at the splashdown site. Some of the flying assets that will collect imagery of the descent of Integrity towards splashdown have already been deployed from the deck of the USS John Murtha. The actual recovery team members will be deployed in helicopters and fast boats a bit later on as we approach splashdown, and of course after splashdown itself. Once the vehicle splashes down, we'll be deploying the 5 inflatable airbags at the top of the vehicle with helium. That will ensure that the vehicle is upright throughout the course of the recovery operations. The team here in Mission Control will check all of the systems on Integrity, make sure that we are not leaking any toxic gases from the spacecraft, and that will be the signal for the start of the power down of Integrity systems and the ability of the first members of the recovery team to approach the vehicle to set up the inflatable life raft called the front porch, which will be used to bring the crew members out of the vehicle into that front porch one by one after the hatch is open to Integrity. We expect the extraction of the crew to be some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown, which would be about 30 to 45 minutes after the vehicle is powered down.
Okay, so hold on. Hey, quick thanks to Janet B. Thank you so much, Janet B. Least trustworthy weasel as well. Thank you. Thomas P. 0419. Thanks so much for the memberships, Thomas. And also Kerry Poteet. Kerry had asked if they had fixed the toilet. I don't know exactly what the latest on the toilet was.
Integrity, Houston, we are ready for another CO2 reading on the AGA.
It is 5.1.
Houston copies. And Reed, earlier I did misspeak. The CO2 reading specifically would not have been affected by that particular bit.
They got some kind of CO2 reading somewhere they were concerned with.
Okay, sounds good. We just know we're in an ARS suit, and that's very likely contributing to that.
Thanks again, Mystical Buddha Cake Shop.
We concur.
Sorry. Thanks again, Mystical Buddha Cake Shop. Hold on. Numi Yumi over on Twitch, thank you, who says, hoping all goes well and the crew's able to land safely in the Strait of Hormuz. Wow, Numi Yumi. They're landing off the Pacific in the Pacific Ocean off of San Diego. Thanks also, Pizza Biceps. Thank you, Pizza Biceps. And Recovering Too Slow on Twitch. And Anonymous Gifter on Twitch. And Uliwa and Southern Guy X on YouTube. I was trying to figure out what the latest with the toilet was, but I couldn't. I haven't been keeping up with the toilet. Some of our viewers, I'm sure, know. So what's going to happen is the NASA's doing a separate like stream on the splashdown, which I guess starts in like 45 minutes, which we're going to check out. We're going to watch that. But that's like this, they're doing like a special coverage kind of thing. And yeah, we're going to be giving updates on Iran. And as I mentioned before, the Iranian delegation has showed up in Pakistan for the Saturday negotiations. But last I heard, they said that they're not going to negotiate if there's no...
for CO2.
Last I heard is that Iran said it wasn't going to negotiate if
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, what we'd like to do is open the ARS ISO valve to mix the cabin and suit loop air for the time being. And we would just need a call from you all when Christina and Jeremy are getting in their seats and are a few minutes out from leak checks, and we'll get that back into a good config for you to start the next leak check.
One of our viewers said they fixed the toilet.
Hey,
Catherine
Jackie,
Rosa.
that's a reasonably good idea. Can we just hang on that for a little bit and see how we're doing?
Yep, up to you. We will wait. Let us know if you'd like that cabin air mixing.
Is there a CO2 number where you guys would advise on that?
Reed, we would not want to go above 7.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let us monitor it for just a couple minutes here.
What I was mentioning is that Iranian officials have said they would not negotiate if there's no ceasefire in Lebanon. I'm not aware that there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. So will these negotiations happen on Saturday? I don't know. That I do not know.
Houston, cabin entry config is complete, and Christina and Jeremy are about to start suit on.
Excellent on cabin config, and copy suit down.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity indicating that following the successful leak checks on the 4 launch and entry suits, the crew will begin to actually don those suits now, and then they'll climb into their respective seats, both on the flight deck and the mid deck of the Integrity, in preparation for crew module, service module separation that's scheduled 1 hour and 40 minutes from now.
Jack says they stopped using the toilet. I don't know what happened with it myself. We have different things, different claims about the toilet on the craft from our chat. Reuters reports White House officials said they were skeptical that the talks in Pakistan could immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's lead negotiators threw the talks into doubt by saying they could not even begin without commitments on Lebanon and sanctions.
Integrity, Houston, for entry checklist. Your CMSM SEP ATP is set to go.
We see that on the PFD, Jackie.
And the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control to Reed Wiseman, indicating that the pyros are armed for crew module, service module separation coming up 1 hour, 38 minutes, 52 seconds from now. Integrity now squarely facing the planet Earth, 17,600 nautical miles away, headed for a splashdown 2 hours, 12 minutes from now.
So
all of the recovery assets, the helicopters, the Navy P-3s, the para-rescue divers, they're all in place, ready to recover this crew following splashdown. And again, the chronology after splashdown will call for the flight control team here in Houston to assess integrity systems, make sure no toxic gases are leaking from the spacecraft. And first order of business will be the command to inflate the crew module uprighting system bags, the 5 inflatable airbags that will be inflated with helium to maintain its upright position as it bobs in the Pacific before the recovery forces reach the crew. About 15 minutes after splashdown is when we expect the green light to be given to power down integrity systems, at which point the recovery teams will begin to make their way toward the vehicle to set up that inflatable life raft called the front porch, buttressed alongside the spacecraft. That will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the crew members, one by one, into that raft, giving them a chance to get their land legs back as they feel the first sensations of Earth's gravity in 9 days and their high-speed return to Earth, with their peak speed reaching some 24,661 miles an hour.
I'm looking and I see some helicopters off the coast of San Diego, U.S. Navy helicopters. I don't know if those are there for the splashdown, but you can see a bunch of U.S. Navy helicopters off the coast of San Diego. I mean, this splashdown is supposed to be off the coast of San Diego. Oh, there is a NASA. Look, NASA plane. Hey, guys, it's NASA plane. See that? Look at that. NASA plane. I wonder if that's going out there to observe or to shoot video or what. Now, also, there were some, I guess, some rocket alerts in northern Israel a short while ago. Those would, I believe, I would guess, would be about rockets being fired from Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, by the way, so what's going to happen? One of the first big things that's going to happen is the separation of the service module. See, it says Orion's service module, the powerhouse of the spacecraft, supplying it with the electricity, propulsion, thermal control, air, and water it needs in space. This has propelled the uncrewed. Well, this is not from this mission, because they said uncrewed spacecraft. But this is an earlier version, I guess. Is this from Artemis I? But the service module is going to separate. I got to find try to find something from this mission. Artemis II. Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted. Here, Artemis II, the first crewed Artemis flight, marks a key step toward long-term return to the moon and future missions to Mars. If I can find the rocket, the ground systems, the science. Try to get you a picture of the service module. That would be nice.
Houston, Christina's got an amazing view of home planet out the side hatch window, and it's lighting up the cabin, and it's just a great blue hue to it. It's beautiful.
That is amazing. When you kicked us out of the cabin, we turned on one of the SAW cameras and also had the Earth's reflection on one of the arrays. It was very cool.
Oh, man, that is amazing.
By the way, thanks, Sonic. Sonic reminded me I was going to look at marine traffic, and I forgot to see if we could see any boats out there. So thanks,
This
Sonic.
is Mission Control, Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman reveling about the view of the Earth from a distance of less than 17,000 nautical miles now.
The cabin audio cable and boom mic are in F3 large stowed.
We copy.
The view that Reed Wiseman is describing is the view you're looking at right now as the Earth grows larger in the field of view with each passing moment. We're about 29 minutes away from the start of the NASA Plus coverage, joining our 24/7 YouTube coverage as a simulcast for the remainder of the evening through the time the crew is on the deck of the USS Mertha and in medical bay. So we'll be looking forward to additional reports and other video coverage from the deck of the USS John Mertha and other assets in the splashdown zone as we continue towards splashdown and the return of Integrity's astronauts just 2 hours and 5 minutes from now.
I think this is the USS John Mertha. Hold on a second. On marine traffic, I think it is. So if you go to marine traffic here, marinetraffic.com, marine tracking, ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So there is San Diego, and see that ship right there? That's the John Mertha. I think that's the John Mertha. It looks like the John Mertha, whether or not it is or not. It looks just like it. Looks exactly like it. So that's here. The astronauts are supposed to be taken to the John Mertha after they land. So that's there. Any other government vessels here? Tanker? Anyways, I think that is the boat that they're going to eventually go to. Right there. I think. By the way, thank you so much to Tracy Ann, our member, Southern Guy X, who says, "Come in, Houston, we are coming in." Thank you,
minor updates,
Southern Guy.
Just tweaks by a second or so for some of the key activities that will be coming up. Flight Dynamics providing us with some updated information. The start of the blackout period, just a 1 second change. It's going to be estimated now at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. The duration remains 6 minutes. That blackout will end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. all Central Time. We expect to begin entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m.
Central Time.
And 1 second difference now in our splashdown time. If everything unfolds the way we believe it will. Splashdown now scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time. 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego.
I was going to mention that Reuters reports that the Iranian parliament speaker and the foreign minister of Iran said that the ceasefire had to include Israel's assault on Hezbollah in Lebanon, and that Iranian assets blocked by sanctions must be released before the talks happen tomorrow. It was unclear whether those demands would scupper the Saturday talks, which would be the highest level meeting between the U.S. and Iran since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. That began nearly a half-century of adversarial relations.
And one other update, the latest weather forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group passed on to Flight Director Rick Henfling, calls for the clouds in the splashdown zone to be in the process of dissipating. The winds are somewhat reduced, now just 6 knots. The wave height's still less than 4 feet. All go forecast.
Appreciate everybody joining us for our coverage, double coverage we're doing here.
So once again, the stage is set as Integrity continues its inexorable march toward a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours from now. 16,000 nautical miles away from the Earth. We are just 1 hour and 26 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, followed by a raise burn to tilt the aft end of the vehicle up ever so slightly and improve its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere as a mitigating action to reduce heat loads on the heat shield of the vehicle. This is all pre-planned, pre-flight. There's no differentiation between what we had designed this mission to do. We are expecting to reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at entry interface and 400,000 feet above the planet 1 hour and 45 minutes from now.
They have a site, NASA does, where you can, it's called the NASA Mission View. No, not Mission, it's the NASA, it's the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. Let me show you that for a second. So that's the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can't see the bottom of it right now, but it actually has, again, what I'll do is I'll just to show it to you, I'll post a link to it for you, but just to show you this. So this is what the site looks like, and you can actually see on the site, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. You can actually see.
Integrity, Houston. Cabin temp cold soaking is initiated.
You can see miles to Earth, and it says 18,000.
Copy that, Jackie. CO2 is 5.5, and we are still doing good on board. Christina and Jeremy are beginning suit on.
I'm going to put up the miles, the distance to Earth.
Houston copies all.
On the screen. I'm going to put that up on the screen. Anyways, the site's kind of neat. That's not a lie. That's not video, but that's what it looks. That's a visualization of what it looks like. You can. I'll post a link to this website they have, and you can mess around with it, see different angles and stuff. But what I'm going to do now is, all right, so I'm going to post the link to that website, the NASA website, in the chat. I just did that. Now what I'm going to do, can I do this? Let's see. What I'd love to do is put that distance to Earth up. I don't know if I can manage this. I think this will work. Let's see if this works. Hold on. Oh, I think I can. Is this going to work? Okay, here's what I'll try to do. I don't know if this is going to work. I want to get on the screen distance to the Earth. Here, see, it says distance from Earth. I think that's neat. So I want to put that up on the screen. Distance from Earth. That's the live tracker. Oh, thanks so much, Captain Canada, for the membership. Thank you, Captain Canada. Tony Santos from Europe. Thank you so much, Tony Santos. JD63. JD, that's so nice of you. Wow. JD63, very generous of you. Thank you, JD63. Thank you, Melody CJ. Yes, we are going to cover this all the way through Splashdown and after Splashdown. We will still be here. Yep. And I'm also going to be checking for updates on the Iran situation. Tasneem News Iran claims that the talks will be held at the Serena Hotel in Islamabad, Pakistan. The Iranian delegation will first meet with the Pakistani Prime Minister. Tasneem says if the Americans accept the Iranian delegation's preconditions, negotiations will begin tomorrow afternoon. Now, Tasneem says the U.S. already arrived. Is that true? I thought J.D. Vance was flying today. No, I think you can see it online. I think you can see. I think he's still flying. Oh, hold on a second. I think you can see it. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up here on Flight Radar 24. I think. This is the number 3 tracked plane on Flight Radar 24. I believe these are the two. See, look. See these two U.S. Air Force planes that have like the color scheme of Air Force One, but it's not Air Force One because the president isn't on it. See that? They are now over France. They're now over France. Oh, I think they made a refueling stop. I think that's what happened. Anyways, I believe this is J.D. Vance and the rest of the delegation flying over France en route to Pakistan. Pakistan's over here. It's going to take them a little while. You can see this at Flight Radar. Oops, you know what? I'm sorry. I had it blocked. Let's show you again. Now you can see the picture of the plane right there. See that? Sorry about that before. There you go. See the planes? See the planes here on Flight Radar 24?
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Read. With this time to EI, we expect you're about to be stepping into steps 9 and 10 in the entry checklist. In step 10 for the SIP switch config, there are no deltas.
No deltas to step 10. Copy all.
It's not that 17,000 miles from Earth, guys. 17,000 miles. Now, remember, the diameter of the Earth is around 8,000 miles. So it's about 2 Earths away from Earth, if that makes sense. Because 2 Earth diameters would be 16,000 miles. Looks further, said D. Murph. Oh, I can do the velocity. You know that? Somebody asked about the velocity. That's easy enough to do. What I'll do is I'll do this. Here's what I can do. Oh my gosh. I'm going to get it up there for you. There it is. Whee! Thanks, Ricky Como. Ricky Como. Thank you, Ricky, for your support. Also, Casper1313, thank you. Let's shout out our moderators who are here. We got a lot of people in the chat. Really appreciate our moderators for moderating. Ruth is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you. Also, Idaho Star. LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry Misha, moderator on X, thank you. K. Lowry Body is moderating. Oops. Thanks, Kay, for modding. Andrea Holder, thank you. Thanks for subscribing, Juliana Martin and Kristen McConnell Gates and Barry Eisler and Aaron Van S. Thanks also to Captain Canada again. And I believe in about a half an hour, no, sooner than that actually. How long is it? I got to check this. Hold on. Maybe like what, 15, 20 minutes? NASA has their official crew comes home. In about 12 minutes, NASA's going to start its crew comes home coverage. Crew comes home coverage. So we're going to be checking that out. NASA Artemis II crew comes home coverage. All right. They have been up in space on that spacecraft for 10 days. Reuters reports that President Trump is likely to extend as soon as Friday a waiver allowing countries to buy some sanctioned Russian oil and petroleum products. That waiver, again, will reportedly be extended as soon as Friday. McKinder says the 10 days they were up there went by fast. Now, eventually, the speed gets up to 24,000 or so miles. One of the viewers had a good question. Why does it pick up speed? I don't know if it's the kind of thing where...
This is Mission Control, Houston. Once again, a great view of the planet Earth from Integrity, from one of the solar array wing cameras. Now just 14,000 nautical miles from splashdown. Splashdown schedule for 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. At a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean, where the USS John Murtha is on station and where recovery team assets are being deployed to the predicted splashdown site to complete the mission of Integrity's astronauts and their lunar flyby. With the Earth growing larger in the field of view, the next major milestone, just 1 hour and 13 minutes from now, will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module.
Houston copies.
The separation of the crew module will set the stage just 3.5 minutes later.
One question.
Go ahead.
When I was looking at the BFS-SM SEP, it was the exact same time as our predicted SM SEP. Can you just confirm we don't need that to be a touch later?
And Reed, matching is expected. That's when the sequence will begin for that whole SEP config.
Outstanding. Thank you for the verification.
Here in Mission Control in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Capcom Jackie Mahaffey confirming some of the timeline activities with Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the vehicle. The crew has suited up in its launch and entry suits, ready to begin the critical phase of this mission. Their homecoming to a high-speed entry and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific. Once again, the next major milestone, 1 hour, 11 minutes from now, the separation of the crew module from the European service module as Artemis's astronauts head home to complete this historic flight.
The European service module provides the primary power and propulsion component until it is discarded at the end of each mission, says Wikipedia. I was just reading on Gemini AI suggesting that it speeds up as it gets closer to Earth because the gravitational pull will be stronger as it gets closer to Earth. It's about 10,700 miles per hour now, but I believe it's going to get up to about 24,000 miles per hour. 24,661, I think, if I remember right. Now, don't hold me to all that. That's what I think is happening. Yeah, I don't. So put it this. One of our viewers said that the extra speed is caused by gravity. I'm not aware. It's going there. The crew, I believe, the spacecraft, I believe, will at some point have some sort of firings, propulsions to just reorient it. I think. Let me see this. Yeah, at 7:37 p.m. Eastern time, there will be an 18-second raise burn to set the proper entry angle. But I don't think it's not like the extra speed is because it's going to start propelling itself with rockets much faster. That's not my understanding. That's not what's the big factor speeding it up. The NASA special coverage, which we're going to check out, is supposed to start in about 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I don't know if they're just going to put that on this. Hold on. Look what's happening. Look what's happening. Live event. Oh, live event starts soon. Oh my gosh. Live event starts soon. Oh my gosh. We don't need the music. We don't need the music, but we need live event starts soon. That's going to be the special coverage. So they're doing, I mean, they were already covering it live, but they're doing like a special 90-minute thing. It's, I believe, supposed to start in 4 minutes. Sly Doggy says it's happening. One of the viewers said exciting. One of the viewers said breaking news. I still have that information about I'm getting the velocity and distance from Earth information from the, it's a neat site. It's the real-time orbit website. I'm going to post a link to it again, but there's a website you can go and you can, it just gives you animations of everything. Hold on, see if I can do this. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. I'll show you what it looks like real quick. There's this site. It's the real-time orbit website. And you can just, so that's, by the way, that's the capsule and that's the service module. They're going to separate. So you can do this kind of stuff, zoom in, zoom out, and move it around. And you can do mission view. Look, it's mission view. Where is it? Where is the spacecraft? Hold on. See, it says Orion. There's Orion. And then the moon is out where? There's the moon out there. There's the moon, right? And there's Orion over there. Oops. Woo, there's the moon. Okay. Anyways, I'll post a link to this site in the chat again. It's neat. You can mess around with it if you want. I'm posting the link again. I just posted the link. It's called the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. That is what the site is called. You can go look at it now if you'd like. I didn't even know that was there before. I should have known it was there, but I did not. And Pakistan time, by the way, again, the talks are supposed to begin this afternoon in Pakistan between the U.S. and Iran, if they do begin. But time in Pakistan is 3:28 a.m. So we're a long way. I mean, if it's 3:28 a.m., you're talking, what? I don't know, 10, 11, 12 hours until talks begin there. Just to check over here as we wait for this NASA live event, which is actually starting in, just in the next couple of minutes. Real quick, I want to show you, this is marine traffic, which is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider, but they track ships. And over here, there's San Diego here. San Diego, and if you go out here, you see, I believe that is the USS John Murtha, which is a ship that the astronauts will eventually be taken to. Right there, off the coast. What is the distance here? Let's see. Distance from here. That ship is about 40 nautical miles off the coast. Did I get the name of the ship right? I thought it was John Murtha. It's the John Murtha, the USS John P. Murtha. Dennis thinks the reentry will potentially be the fastest capsule ever, at least publicly. So any moment now. Hey, look, it's down to less than 15,000 miles from Earth. Thank you to John Turpin for the membership. It's very nice of you, John Turpin. Uh-oh. Now, I don't want to play music. I think the broadcast is starting, but I think there's probably music on it.
It'll be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
Well, as soon as they start talking, so the live event is happening. You can see. Should I remove the Beirut cam or should I keep the Beirut cam up there? What do you guys think? Do you want me to keep the Beirut cam on the screen? Let's see what our viewers say. I can move the Beirut cam. What if I move it? Or just remove it? Remove it for now, nothing's happening? I can remove it. People are saying remove it because nothing's happening. But some say keep it. Most people are saying remove it. Okay, I will keep I'm going to remove it for now. I'll keep an eye on it. I can see it here. So if something big happens, I will certainly let you know. Give me a moment here. Let me just get that off the screen. That's going to be there. Okay. Now this, are they playing music?
You are looking live at our planet from the Integrity spacecraft,
look,
heading for a splashdown in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego just 1 hour and 35 minutes from now. And good day from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where the entry flight control team is on duty at this hour.
That's
led
Rob
by Flight Director
Navias.
Rick Henfling, joined on console with the voice you'll hear talking to the crew throughout the course of the day. That is Jackie Mahaffey, second from your left. Everything has gone extremely well as we are closing in on the return of Artemis's astronauts from their flight around the moon and historic lunar flyby that will culminate with that splashdown in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego just 1 hour and 35 minutes from now.
And with that, it's a good entry pad, and we can continue in the procedure.
Rob Navias, the voice guy, is really good, I think.
Integrity.
You're looking at a live view inside Integrity. Reed Wiseman on the left doing a fist bump with pilot Victor Glover on the right, and down in the middeck area just below their feet, suited up in their launch and entry suits, are mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. A number of milestones yet to unfold before splashdown just over an hour and a half from now. Earlier today, the crew woke up at about 10:35 a.m. Central Time. They completed the final major maneuver of the flight, that being the return trajectory correction 3 burn. It was an 8-second burn that fine-tuned its trajectory to enter a corridor over the Pacific Ocean a short time from now. That will be the point of entry interface where the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. The crew moved into its entry checklist just after 4 p.m. Central Time, suited up in those launch and entry suits, conducted leak checks, and now are in the final stages of their entry checklist.
Instruction 115 of entry checklist. SM separation ATP is go.
Houston copies.
The next major milestone on the route home.
Fully zipped, and they're working on EBS and then seating up.
We copy. Thanks for the status.
Jackie Mahaffey talking to Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity. The spacecraft now about 12,000 nautical miles from the Earth's surface. The next major milestone on tap for the crew will be the handover of communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. The Deep Space Network came into play after the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd that propelled Integrity toward its lunar flyby. We'll be back on the TDRS network here in about 41 minutes. Following that, the next activity will be the pyrotechnic separation of the crew module from the European service module. That is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, followed 4 minutes later by one final critical maneuver. That will be a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters in what is called the crew module raise burn. Now, what that does is it basically acts. If you were sitting in a reclining chair, you'd basically tilt yourself back. It raises the aft end of Integrity ever so slightly, and that is the final opportunity for us to fine-tune the angle of attack of Integrity through the area of peak heating at entry interface. That will come a bit later on, about an hour and 18 minutes from now. So after the raise burn, we will be in the final orientation that will minimize any peak heating on the heat shield of Integrity, and prior to the time the crew enters the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Entry interface. This is the critical time where the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Just 24 seconds after entering the Earth's atmosphere, we will experience a communications blackout expected to last 6 minutes in duration. This is planned, and it is caused by the interaction of the velocity of Integrity with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. There will be a buildup of plasma around the vehicle, and that ionization will prevent any communications with the crew and any receipt of data by flight controllers here in Mission Control. That blackout is scheduled to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, a 6-minute blackout that will end, if all goes as planned, at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. At that point, we expect to regain communications with the crew and a reacquisition of data through the tracking and data relay satellite system. We will have a series of roll maneuvers. These are computer commanded that will roll the vehicle slightly to the left, then back to the right. That will bleed off excess energy as we begin our peak period of velocity. We expect to reach a maximum velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, equivalent to about Mach 33 times the speed of sound, shortly after we enter that blackout period. Once we exit the blackout period, of course, we're in the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere, and then we get set up for the parachute deployment sequence. First, the deployment of 3 forward bay cover chutes that will pull essentially the top forward bay cover off the very top of the Integrity vehicle. That will be followed by the deployment of drogue chutes, and then the final deployment of a series of 3 main parachutes at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. From that point on, it is about 3 minutes or so until splashdown. Splashdown scheduled at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time at a gentle speed of 19 miles an hour. So just to give you some perspective, at the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere, we're traveling somewhere around Mach 32. We will splash down at a speed of about 19 miles an hour. The G-forces that will build on the crew members inside Integrity will build to about 3.9 Gs. That is what is expected and what they have trained for and what the spacecraft is designed to support.
Thanks, everybody, for being with us. This is coming up. We're less than an hour and a half until splashdown now. The latest weather forecast out in the recovery zone off the coast of San Diego is a go forecast from our meteorologists here at the Spaceflight Meteorology Group at the Johnson Space Center. And standing by on the deck of the USS John Murtha is my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz. Megan? Look, it's a NASA plane. There's a NASA plane on Flight Radar 24.
Hey there, Rabia. Welcome to the bow of the USS John Murtha. This is where we will report out live updates from the ship as
She's
NASA
on the John
and
Murtha.
the U.S. military work to recover our Artemis II astronauts in just about an hour and a half. How exciting. Now, right now, as you can see, we are out in the Pacific Ocean. We are just west of San Diego. We're actually staged about 6.5 miles away from where we expect Orion to splash down. And then we will incrementally move closer. So at the time of splashdown, splashdown will be about 5 miles away, and then we will move to 3.2 miles away. At that point, we'll pause, make sure that all the debris that might be coming down with Orion, because basically some parts of like the parachute system, they're jettisoned off Orion during descent. So we'll just want to make sure that those all land in the water and that we are safe to move even closer. So we will make sure that we can move a little closer, and at that point we will move to a mile away from Orion. And at that point the ship will circle the capsule while NASA and Navy recovery forces work to get our astronauts out, and we should have great views of the bow from here. But also we have a ton of cameras all around the ship. For example, we actually have some cameras right to the left of me here on the bow. These are very strong, stabilized cameras. We can really get up close to make sure that we are sharing all the images we have available to you. We also will have some views from above. We actually have 5 planes providing live views of splashdown today. In fact, some of those aerial assets just took off from San Diego minutes ago. And then actually here on the flight deck, you see 4 helicopters, the 2 in the back. Those will take off in about 30 minutes from now, also with live cameras. So again, lots and lots of imagery that we hope to share with you today. And then those 2 helos in the front, those 2 will pluck the crew out of the water and fly them back to our ship. Now, the combined team here on the ship, more than 550 people, left San Diego 4 days ago, and since then I've watched different teams train every day, rehearse, final preps to make sure that they're ready for today. So to give us more of an update about how recovery is going on right now, why don't we turn over to Paul here, Paul Serpinski. He is the Assistant Artemis Recovery Director. Great to have you here, Paul.
Great to be here. Thanks.
Absolutely. So you just left the landing forces operations center here on the ship. How are we looking for recovery?
Right now, it's looking great. When I left, they were just about to get into weather briefing with Mission Control Center in Houston. But listening to the loops this morning and everything that's been going on, the reentry trajectory correction burn, the return trajectory correction burn went great. They were right down the money, right on the money, right down the middle where they should be coming back. Our forces here are teams out in the water. All our boats are launched or will be imminently. So yeah, it's just coming along great.
Yeah. It's really nice to see. We did see some of those boats float behind us. We were hoping to give you a live view, but of course they floated right out of the camera shot as you came to us. But so basically the team right now here on the ship, basically like monitoring mode, but really things will pick up about 15 minutes after splashdown. Yeah,
so a couple minutes before splashdown, things start happening really, really fast. Mm-hmm. Some events during the re-entry, they're maybe a second or 2 apart, and so it just takes a whole lot of effort and a lot of updates back and forth between us and Houston to try to keep track of everything that's happening, all in real time. And then after splashdown, that's when the recovery team really kicks into high gear. We have our boat teams, our boat crews going out, our divers doing hazardous assessments as they get progressively closer to the capsule, making sure it's safe for all of our people to go in, and it's also safe for the astronauts to come out, because really at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, is we're to make sure that the astronauts get home safe after their tremendous journey to the moon and back. But then also we have, like you mentioned on a minute ago, all of our imagery helicopters are taking imagery, camera shots of it as it's coming in all the way through splashdown. I mean, they'll see it as soon as it crosses the horizon, all the way to the ocean here.
And then afterwards, we have to recover actually Orion to bring it into the well deck of the ship.
Absolutely, yeah. And so once the astronauts are safe on board, then those same dive teams are going to transition into securing the capsule. They'll position some equipment around it to kind of facilitate that. The ship will move into position. We'll attach a really big winch line to it, and then a bunch of tending lines. We'll pull the capsule around behind the ship and then start to slowly bring it in. And then, Orion comes in, goes hard down, and everyone cheers.
Yeah,
great day.
Great day, exactly. Lots to coordinate, a lot to manage. Basically planning for this recovery, Artemis II recovery, started a month after Artemis I launched. That was the uncrewed test flight of the Space Launch System rocket, as well as the Orion spacecraft. That was November 2022, a month later, all the planning for this. How does it feel to be so close to welcoming our friends, our astronauts home?
I mean, for the whole team, I walked around the ship this morning just kind of visiting with a lot of people, a lot of groups, and just kind of get the feel of them. And everyone has that same kind of mentality. Everyone's excited. Everyone's thrilled to see all all that work that we've been doing, like you said, for the last 3 years, since right after the last one came back till now. And some people even further back. Some of them go back a decade or more. So everyone is just excited, and they're ready. They're really ready for this. And just to be able to see our crew come back, that's going to be a thrill for everyone.
How are you feeling? Are you ready? Is this something you ever thought you'd be doing?
I'm ready. I'm excited. This has been the pinnacle of my career so far. It really has. I've seen a lot of firsts, a lot of lasts, but I can't think of ever topping seeing the first crew to go to the moon and back in 50 years, and to be here and be a part of that. And it's just a tremendous privilege. And on behalf of the whole team, I'm thrilled, and so are all of us. We're ready.
Yeah, I definitely think that those words really embody how everybody on the ship is feeling. So thank you so much, Paul. I appreciate you being here. And so, Rob, we'll toss it back to you again. We will continue to join you with live updates from the ship as much as possible.
Thank you, Megan. Back here at the Johnson Space Center, the entry team of flight controllers looking over the shoulders of Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover there on the flight deck of Integrity, and again just below their feet in the mid-deck area, if you will, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. They're in the final review of their entry procedures and all of the activities that will follow here very shortly in trip hammer fashion. We should note that after splashdown occurs, the flight control team here in Houston will be monitoring the orientation of the Integrity spacecraft. We are expecting it to splash down upright in what is called the Stable 1 configuration, with the top of the spacecraft pointed upward. Stable 2 would indicate that it is upside down in the water. Regardless of the orientation, there will be 5 inflatable airbags called the CMOOS system. That's the acronym for Crew Module Uprighting System.
We are suit on complete.
Houston copies.
Reed Wiseman acknowledging that the final steps in suit donning are now complete for the crew. Leak checks have been completed earlier. The CMOOS system, those 5 inflatable airbags, will be inflated with helium. Those airbags will ensure that the vehicle remains upright. While that activity is going on, the flight control team here will be checking the systems on Integrity, also making sure that there's no leakage of toxic gas from the spacecraft. It should take about 15 minutes from splashdown to the power down of all of the systems on Integrity. And at that point, assuming everything is in a nominal fashion, then the green light will be given for the Navy recovery teams to begin to make their way closer to Integrity, to begin the erection of a large inflatable life raft called a front porch that will be buttressed up alongside the hatchway to the spacecraft. That life raft will be used to bring the crew members out of this vehicle once the hatch is open, one by one. They'll get their land legs back after 9 days of weightlessness before they're put in harnesses to be hoisted one by one in sequential fashion, in an alternating fashion, to the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead.
Houston Integrity for a status.
Go ahead.
Seats 3 and 4 are connecting umbilicals. We're going to be stepping into leak check soon. 1 and 2 will be seated. 3 and 4 will be free float, and we'll configure EPROC accordingly.
Look at
Houston copies all.
Look at how the miles change. Every second, it's like 2 miles.
Reed Wiseman talking about the current procedures with the suiting of the crew members and subsequent leak checks, a final leak check for all 4 crew members. Everything is actually running a few minutes ahead of schedule. So once the life raft is inflated next to the Integrity spacecraft and the recovery teams have arrived alongside of the vehicle, the hatch will be open and the crew members will be brought outside into that front porch, as it is called, one by one. They then will be hoisted into the hovering helos overhead. And those helos then will turn around once the 4 crew members are on board, 2 for each helicopter, and will head back to the ship. That should be about a 10 to 15-minute transit. Once the helicopters land on the deck of the USS John Murtha, the crew members will be exiting those helicopters and brought into medical bay on the deck on the ship itself for comprehensive medical exams. They will spend a period of time yet to be determined on board the USS John Murtha before they are flown by helicopter to the shore in San Diego, to the San Diego Naval Air Station, and ultimately will board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. Just to recap some of the key times that are coming up, we are expecting the separation of the crew module from the service module just 43 minutes from now. That is expected to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by the crew module raise burn, the use of Integrity's thrusters one final time in a 19-second burn to slightly tilt the vehicle up into the correct orientation or angle of attack to ensure that it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the right angle, if you will. That will help deflect the buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield. This was a deliberate move, a change in the procedures from the Artemis I mission that resulted in unexpected char loss on the Avcode heat shield that had not been intended based on the entry trajectory for the Artemis I mission. What we're doing is we deliberately changed the trajectory of the entry from a skip entry that was about a 3,000-mile transit across the Pacific Ocean. We are expecting now from entry interface to the point of splashdown to have a range of just 1,701 nautical miles, and that in of itself will reduce the exposure time of heating on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Once the raise burn is complete, then the stage is set for entry interface at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. That means that Integrity will be entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second, heading for its splashdown site off the coast of San Diego, as you just heard from Megan Cruz on the deck of the USS John Murtha.
Wow, look at that. Look at that picture.
Splashdown once again.
Look at that.
Under those 3 main parachutes is expected at 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The actual total distance traveled for Integrity from launch to splashdown is estimated at 694,481 statute miles. Now that includes the first high elliptical Earth orbit following launch that enabled Integrity to move to 43,000 miles above the Earth at its apogee, and enabling a 24-hour period of systems checkouts before the flight control team here and the mission management team gave approval for Integrity to conduct its translunar injection that propelled it on its way to the moon and its historic lunar flyby. So the total distance we expect this vehicle to have traveled at splashdown, 694,481 statute miles.
That's incredible. By the way, on flight radar, you can see on flight radar couple of the NASA planes flying around off the coast of San Diego. Right there, you see a couple NASA planes. Oh no, actually, there's a NASA plane
with everything
and a Navy plane there
on track and on time aboard Integrity. The vehicle system is in excellent shape as the Earth grows larger in the field of view. Let's go back to the USS John Murtha and Megan Cruz, who is standing by.
Hey, yeah, Rob, welcome back. Again, we are out in the Pacific Ocean, staged just about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down now in just over an hour. How exciting. And the weather awesome conditions here. I know you see some wind blowing around my hair, but really nothing to speak of when it comes to having to recover our astronauts, as well as no waves here, really. So yeah, we're expecting a really great day. Also, hopefully, some really great views. You can see behind me that some of the clouds are starting to break up, so that's really exciting. And now, of course, this ship has a lot of people ready and excited to welcome our crew back home, including Dr. Rick Schuring here. He is a NASA flight surgeon. Great to have you here, Rick.
You too, Megan. It is a blessing to be out here this day with our teams. We've trained 3 years for this nonstop with the U.S. Navy and along with EGS, and we've so looked forward to this day. And you know, just by God's grace, everything's parting, the skies and everything. The crew's doing.
Really quick, I just want to thank a couple people really quick. I want to thank our moderators really quick for being here during our coverage. Ruth, thank you so much, Ruth, for moderating over on YouTube and on Twitch. Our moderators over there, such as LB Prairie Dawn and Matthew Kohai 3, Serrero, and McBritches, and also Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X moderating, who moderate for us, and Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook. Thanks for moderating there, and Andrea Holder. Also, really quick, thank you for your support. Shifty Lincoln, Benjula Holmes, Roy Gerbil, OU Mike, and Joe Gray, and John Turpin, and Jennifer Lee. Thank you, Jennifer. Also, Carlos over there on Patreon. Thank you, Carlos, for your support. And also, really quick, who else was I going to thank? Barcodable on Twitch, Roz Kolnikov on Twitch, and Twin Girl Loves Dogs on Twitch. Thank you. And the last thing I wanted to mention is, thanks to Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. If you go to marine traffic, the ship that this video is coming from, the John R. Murtha, I think it is. You can actually see that on marinetraffic.com. I believe that is the ship. There is San Diego there, and it's about 40 nautical miles away. That right there is the John. Right there, that's the ship they're on in that video. I believe that is the John R. Murtha. I'll have to look it up. The USS John Murtha. I'll double check the name, but that's the ship that they're on. Hold on, I'll get you the volume back.
Crews that land out in Karagana, the Soyuz crews or our SpaceX crews, you know, they all kind of experience the same thing. This will be the first time we're landing in water since December 1972, and I worked with all the Apollo astronauts years ago, and they all told me that, you know, landing in the water, especially in the Pacific, can be very provocative. So we take steps to give them medicines to really mitigate some of that nausea, vomiting, help them feel a little bit better, and also sometimes just use a little anti-inflammatory.
USS John P. Murtha. That's the name of the ship, the USS John P. Murtha.
Arthritis, you feel great microgravity, and everyone kind of curses coming back to the ground like, oh dang, 1G, but so that helps a little bit. But for the most part, the main thing is just replacing that fluid and then trying to help them with that transition back to 1G, and then we're ready to go.
Yeah, and their health is assessed almost immediately after they splash down.
Yeah, so we have Dr. Jesse Wang, and we have our independent duty corpsmen, who are the Navy version of paramedics, extremely highly trained, highly experienced Navy medics and divers, who will go out there, open the capsule about 28 minutes after splashdown and do the first initial assessment. So Jesse and his team will go out there and look at each crew, kind of do their assessments, get vital signs, report back to Drs. Haas and Kumji and I back in the med bay, let them know how they're doing, and then you know, if they've got the normal kind of space adaptation kind of things, we expect that they're good to go on that. If anything, you know, didn't go the way we want, they're all prepared for that as well. And Jesse and his team, I mean, you know, this is their full-time job, taking care of, you know, sailors and folks who might be injured. We don't expect any injuries, but coming back, you know, going 25,000 miles an hour down to, you know, 20, you know, miles an hour is still a dynamic process. I've heard it described as, you know, kind of like a car crash. And then the crew will be ready to go, and Jesse and his team will make that transition to get them out to the front porch, do assessments on them again, call it to our med bay, and then once we have that and they're all good to go and the crew's feeling okay, we'll hoist them up in the helos. It's about a 3-minute flight back to the flight deck, and that's where me and the astronaut chief, Scott Tingle, will actually meet them. I'll get eyes on them, make sure they're all good, just take very slow transitions, and then one by one. We'll either get them out with the SMTs, the SAR medtechs under each arm to kind of just walk them very slowly to med bay, which actually helps them acclimate back to 1G. Or if they really don't have their sea legs back yet, then we might put them in what we call a stair chair, which will be right behind them, and then just very slowly kind of get them back into med bay to start our full assessments for the team.
Yeah, so a really great team here to support them as soon as they get back, and also all throughout the mission, of course. You talked a little bit about this, but obviously, we have seen astronauts return from the International Space Station for over 25 years, so we kind of know that journey, how it affects the body. But yes, we're talking about humans returning from the moon for the first time since 1972. How is this different from your perspective?
So it's different in one very significant respect. On Apollo, for exercise, they had something called the Apollo Exergenia, which was basically just a little canister with some ropes, and they would have some resistance and kind of do that. And the Apollo astronauts really liked that. They liked the ability to exercise, because you decondition from a musculoskeletal standpoint, you lose your strength and your stamina very quickly. We had something called the Orion flywheel, which was able to impart much greater loads in terms of resistance, so they're able to do squats, deadlifts, different things, not dissimilar to what the ISS astronauts do, but with a lot less room to do it. Mm-hmm. And they also did rowing activities for cardiovascular health, and the crews loved it. But for the lunar crews, the future lunar crews, maintaining that physical conditioning, which our astronaut strength conditioning rehabilitation specialists, affectionately known as the ACERs, back in Houston, really work hard to get them in the best shape they're going to have to be in to get to the moon. That device hopefully will maintain that. And Apollo only had about a 4.3-day journey to the moon. Our astronauts are going to have about a 10 to 14-day journey. Right. So maintaining that physical fitness, that strength and stamina is going to be crucial for the success of being able to do those very physically demanding lunar EVAs. Right. So we're very excited about what the astronauts have said about the device and what they have to say about the role exercise plays, going to the moon. And also the mental benefit.
Sure.
They just really like sweating, breaking the sweat, and actually just feeling like they're just getting a workout.
Right.
So
thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. I know they're going to be in good hands, so we'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much.
Megan, thanks for the time.
Back to you, Rob.
Okay, Megan, back here in Mission Control in Houston. Everything is moving along in order. This view of Reed Wiseman on the left, Victor Glover on the right. We have good suit leak checks. Everything aboard Integrity is in excellent shape. The vehicle, with the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view, we're now just about 8,200 nautical miles away from Earth and closing in for a splashdown just 1 hour and 5 minutes from now.
Just to be clear, there's a difference between nautical mile and mile.
Integrity, just under a minute till your GPS maneuver initiates, and both GPS units look eager to acquire.
So he mentioned nautical miles. That's different from miles.
3 and 4 are working on seat strap in now.
Houston copies.
Just to be clear, so it says 9,300 miles, which is about 80,000 or so
as
nautical
we
miles.
start to close in on some of the major milestones, so the first one coming up in just 31 minutes.
And Integrity, just confirming the LCG gas trap was able to be closed out.
Affirmative.
Copy.
Crew module, service module separation scheduled just 31 minutes from now. The key point of interest, of course, will be the performance of Integrity's heat shield during its high-speed entry back into Earth and the peak heating that is expected around the spacecraft of some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Crazy view. Look at this view. Look at this view.
As I think most folks know by now, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to bleed off some energy. Then we skipped out of the atmosphere and dipped back into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. But after the mission was over with, we noticed unexpected liberation of some of the charring effects on the heat shield known as AVCOAT. Before the flight, we had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to get a perspective on what this all means and how the mission was redesigned to try to protect Integrity's heat shield to a higher extent. Let's take a look at that interview.
I want to take some comments from you guys. First of all, thanks so much to Diane Ware, Hotfix, Teppy, Steve Sutton, Shifty Lincoln. Thank you. So again, you can see the miles per hour now is about 13,500. That's going to get up to over 24,000 miles per hour. I believe they said that. We're under 9,000 miles away of distance. Let me just take some comments from you. Someone says, so amazing. Let's see here. Shell C says it almost doesn't look real. Roberts Mayqueen says it is so pretty. Incredible. Incredible. Let's see here. Jewish Pickle says, I wish I could make it to the naval pier. But that's an amazing view. When you see that shot of the spaceship and the Earth in front of it, incredible. When is the, just so to be clear, very soon we have, in 28 minutes is when the crew module is supposed to separate from the service module. I can tell you that. That's 28 minutes. Let me get the audio back on.
Deleterious forces against that heat shield that were noticed on the Artemis I mission.
We think we see a beautiful sunrise over the west coast of Australia.
We copy.
Commander Reed Wiseman reveling in his final hour in space on this mission, as Integrity is passing over the southwest coast of Australia now.
Now that's a visualization.
That's a visualization.
That's not a camera.
Miles. That will begin the southwest and northeasterly transit across the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the highlights and some of the numbers associated with the points of interest here. We are 27 and a half minutes away from crew module, service module separation. That will be followed about 3.5 minutes later by the raised burn that we've discussed, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to fine-tune its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface is scheduled 47.5 minutes from now. That's the point at which we will reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, traveling about 34,882 feet per second at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, we will begin a blackout period of 6 minutes in duration at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now, about 10 seconds after the blackout period begins, we are expected to reach peak speed, which would be 24,661 miles an hour. That'll be about 103 miles an hour short of the velocity record set by the Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, when they returned from the moon on the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. That blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes in duration. At 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll reach our peak heating period of about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees while we're in a communications blackout from Integrity and its astronauts. That blackout should end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, at which point we expect to regain communications with the crew. Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room will be talking to the crew, calling them, and we'll await a response from the crew as they come out of that blackout period. And at that point, their altitude will be just 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,000 feet per second with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. From that point on, the next key series of events will be the deployment of a series of parachutes that we discussed before. First, the forward bay cover chute deploy that will pull the forward bay cover away from the top of Integrity, followed by drogue chute deploy, and then the main chute deploy that's expected at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. That will begin the gentle descent of Integrity towards its splashdown at just a velocity of just 19 13 miles an hour, and that will begin the recovery operations that you just heard Megan Cruz discuss with her folks on the USS John Murtha. All of Integrity's systems in great shape. The crew is suited up. Leak checks complete as we stand by for the next major milestone, which will be the crew module service module separation just 24.5 minutes from now.
Less than an hour until splashdown. Wow. Thank you to Charlotte Richardson. Thank you, Charlotte. Less than an hour until splashdown.
All of the activities from the start of entry interface to the point of splashdown will be quite rapid fire, just 13.5 minutes from the point at which we begin descent into the Earth's atmosphere till splashdown. And just to show you, as Rick Shearing, the flight surgeon, alluded to in his interview with Megan Cruz, all of this happens to decelerate the vehicle from traveling around Mach 33 to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. All of that happening in just 13.5 minutes.
Look at the miles go down
and the
on the distance from
Earth. Are all
Earth.
designed to support all of that. So we'll be standing by to report all that to you in sequential fashion as these milestones are ticked off and as we hear from the crew during its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and ultimately when they emerge from the blackout period. And at that point, we'll be just minutes away from splashdown.
It's crazy to see those miles tick off.
So with all of those preparations ongoing, we can return here briefly for another report from the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
It's about 40 miles off the coast of the John P. Murtha. You can see it on marine traffic. I'll show it to you on marine traffic.
And we'll regain that communication with the USS John P. Murtha just momentarily.
Here, the John P. Murtha is here. So there's San Diego.
In the meantime, everything is on track aboard
there it is,
Integrity,
right here.
The flight control team here in Houston, led by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. The voice you will hear talking to the crew is that of Jackie Mahaffey. She will be reporting everything to the crew and receiving their reports as they enter the Earth's atmosphere for their 13.5-minute plunge back into the atmosphere for splashdown off the coast of San Diego. Now we have the ship back with us and Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Megan?
11 balloon, right? Hey, Rob, yeah, the excitement is really building here on the ship. I'm watching right now one of the weather balloons being lofted up from the ship. Again, weather balloons, very important for us to make sure that we are tracking the right kind of weather and also the data that's needed for what's called our Sasquatch team. Again, basically make sure that the debris that comes off of Orion, again, some of those pieces of the parachute system, make sure that they don't fall on us here in the sea and also our aerial assets, our folks in helicopters. So watching that float away right now. But with me right now is Captain Eric Kenny. He's the commanding officer of the John P. Murtha naval ship. Thank you so much for being here. There are so many moving parts that you have to keep an eye on.
That's absolutely right, yeah. But first of all, on behalf of the crew of USS John P. Murtha, Megan, thanks for having me on today. Happy to tell you what we're doing and excited to get the interview started.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we actually take a look at the flight deck here? We'll start there. Basically, we also, while watching this weather balloon float away, we noticed all 4 helicopters leave the flight deck. We now have an empty flight deck. We had 2 imagery helos as well as the 2 crew helicopters that will go recover the crew. This is just one of the many things that, again, our ship of 550 people, it's something that you oversee as commanding officer.
Yeah, absolutely. Every commanding officer, I would say really every naval service member, our priority is always safety. And as the commanding officer, I take that as
wow, the view from the plane. Plane view.
Mission accomplishment is important, safety always. So my day really has, I would say my message to the crew has sort of changed over the past 24 hours. As we're leading up to today, we've been building up the excitement and motivating the team for the training that we've executed. But really over the past 24 hours, now I'm trying to get us to slow down a little bit. Trust our training, right? Don't believe all the hype. Don't believe everything that's going on. Just let's trust what we've done to get to this point, and if we do that, we'll be successful today.
Mm-hmm. And also part of the big success is obviously the coordination between NASA and the U.S. military. How does it feel being able to support the human space program we have?
Yeah, I mean, since 1959 with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, the history between NASA and the Navy has been in lockstep. But like any other skill, if you don't practice it regularly, that skill atrophies. So we've had a few decades off from that. But, over the past 4 or 5 years, really with this ship over the past year, we've constantly trained and working for this moment right here. Building up the hype, but to get to this point today, to be able to trust in all the training we've done. We've worked with, working with NASA, the Air Force, the medical team, dive team. You want to talk about high-performance organizations coming together, working in unison? We are seeing that here on board the USS John P. Murtha, and I can't be more proud of all the work everyone's doing.
Yeah, you had some great words this morning saying just that, again, that it's really nice to see everybody working together and so excited. I mean, you just became the commanding officer of this ship back in February. How does it personally feel for you to be a part of this historic moment today?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'd say any opportunity to command any warship in the United States Navy is a tremendous honor, is a pinnacle of any naval officer's career. That being said, as my change of command was approaching, and I realized that Artemis was going to be in the window here, to say that I'm humbled and honored to be here is an understatement. What really just excites me is the opportunity to see this crew, who has been training so hard over the past year plus, come together. It is what inspires me. Listening to NASA and the ownership and pride they take, they make my crew better. I think we're making NASA better together. That synergy is something that I'm happy to see and hopefully take forward with me in my career.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. We couldn't do it without you, and we couldn't have gotten to the moon without our international partners as well. So thank you so much, Captain. It was really great to have you here today.
Thanks, Megan.
Awesome. All right, Rob, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Back here in Mission Control in Houston. We just had a quick view of the crew. We'll get that view back, and there they are again. Here in Mission Control, the entry team of flight controllers led by Rick Henfling and Jackie Mahaffey serving as the spacecraft communicator. We have just handed over communications links from the Deep Space Network that we communicated with the crew through from the time of the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd. We've just handed back to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system as we prepare for the crew module service module separation that will take place just 17 minutes from now. With the Earth looming in front of Integrity as it barrels back for a splashdown of the Pacific just 50 minutes from now, we're just 5,700 nautical miles from splashdown. Just one other quick note about the comparison from the Artemis I entry profile to the Artemis II entry profile and how that is serving as an extra layer of protection for Integrity's heat shield. The Artemis I entry had an entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles, a very long downtrack and a very longer period of exposure to heat loads than we're experiencing tonight. It also had that skip entry profile that we discussed earlier, dipping into the Earth's atmosphere, then back out, then back in. It was about 20 minutes of exposure.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on TDRS.
Jackie, we have it loud and clear on TDRS.
Oh, look at that shot.
We have you the same.
And there's one of the weather balloons being deployed from the USS John P. Murtha. So the Artemis I entry had the vehicle.
The update on GPS, we haven't seen a track in yet.
Read Indeed, we are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start acquiring, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We're holding at step 17 and getting ready for CM-RCS hot fire.
And that exchange indicating that we are expecting to acquire data from the GPS system on board. That'll be a navigational tool that will basically tell Integrity's computers that they're on track down the center line of the corridor for the entry interface that will lead them to their splashdown point. Once again, the Artemis I entry exposed the heat shield for about 20 minutes of peak heating. For Artemis II, we're going to reach a downtrack distance of 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface, with just 14 minutes of duration. And it's basically a different angle of attack, a little bit steeper angle of attack that will protect the heat shield from excessive heat loads. So that is the difference between Artemis I and Artemis II, all designed into this mission to gather data, to protect the heat shield, since the Artemis III mission and beyond will have a different designed heat shield.
Less than 6,000 miles
that
now.
Skip entry type of profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the tracking and data relay satellite system. That's where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will basically be the final fine-tuning of the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
It is crazy seeing the miles as they go by, as a number of you have said, how fast this thing is going. And it's going to get faster. I believe up to over 24,000 miles an hour maximum. We are very close. Appreciate you being here for our live coverage. Thanks Soulfly, by the way, and PTGR Strategies. Thank you. Also Space Turkey.
And once again,
oh, look at this.
A dueling box view of some of the assets that are involved in recovery operations today. The
Integrity, cabin configured, all crew suited and seated.
Houston, copies.
That confirmation from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, as you see the assets being deployed to the splashdown zone. At the time of splashdown, we expect the John P. Murtha to be about 5 miles away from Integrity, keeping a safe distance until we are sure that the vehicle is in the water and upright, and that it is in a good configuration system-wide for the recovery teams to begin to approach the vehicle to erect that inflatable raft.
2 minutes to CM-RCS warm-up hot fire.
We're ready.
That call from spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system. Thrusters, that will be a hot fire test.
That's a visualization
to the separation of the crew module from the service module.
Visualization.
The European service module has performed flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that had been prescribed for that service module have been executed on time and without a problem. There is the European flight control room that has overseen the manufacturing, the design of the European service module. They deserve quite a bit of credit on this mission for not only propelling the Integrity and its astronauts toward the moon, but also conducting the fine-tuning of its trajectory to bring it to this point where we are dead spot on down the middle of the corridor trajectory-wise to bring Integrity down for its splashdown in the Pacific just 44 minutes from now.
There again, that's a visualization right there. But in a few minutes, the crew capsule is going to separate from the service module. Jewish Pickle says, next stop, Earth. Flight Radar 24. You can see a bunch of helicopters in the area, all these helicopters and these NASA
What you're looking at is a computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity. Currently traveling
look at
about
this.
16,000 miles an hour.
Whoa. What do we got? Look at this. Live helicopter coverage. What was that?
Integrity traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
For the prop cautions, we're taking a look.
It was bonus coverage.
Copy that.
Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown scheduled 43 minutes from now. We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module, service module separation.
Less than 5,000 miles now away. Velocity over 16,000 miles per hour.
We are confirming.
Integrity, we are assessing details, but so far looks like a good hot fire.
Looks good on board, Jackie. Thank you.
And Jackie Mahaffey took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say that we had a good hot fire test of the thrusters in advance of the crew module, service module separation that's coming up just 8.5 minutes from now. This will begin the period in which we will have rapid-fire succession of critical activities on board that will lead to entry interface just 28 minutes from now, where the vehicle will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. The time of entry interface, 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Here again is Flight Radar 24. These are all, I believe these are all Navy helicopters in here off the coast of San Diego. You can see there is that is a NASA plane. That is a
Integrity's astronauts were awakened at mid-morning to begin their entry preparations. And propulsion officer now reports a good hot fire test in preparation for the crew module, service module separation.
Thanks, Greg Pondell. Friendly Actor Gardner. Thank you for the memberships. Humbology and Soulfly 8, thank you as well. Appreciate it.
We're now inside 41 minutes until splashdown.
Integrity Houston, we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire. And although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting steps in 157 for now.
Integrity copies.
That GPS discussion indicating that we will be acquiring navigational data for Integrity through the Global Positioning System equipment on board. We just don't have it yet, but we will. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape to support its high-speed entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It, once again, will reach a peak speed of 24,661.21 miles an hour.
Your call, GPS. We at least have GPS 1 looking good on board.
That is a live shot right there. Oh, we're gonna see the separation.
We're confirming.
We're gonna see the separation from that camera, right? We'll see the crew capsule separate from the crew module separate from the service module.
Guidance, navigation, and control officer here in Mission Control confirming that we have good lock on GPS data. We are on a communications link now through the tracking and data relay satellite system. Now, following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called a VLDR, a very low data rate communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We do too, especially GPS 1 is accepting in nav channels 1 and 3.
That GPS data is basically telling Integrity's onboard computers its position relative to the Earth, but its trajectory and its orientation according to flight dynamics and the guidance, navigation, and control officer is spot on. We have now armed the pyros for the crew module service module separation coming up less than 5 minutes from now.
Less than 5 minutes till the crew and service modules separate.
Once again,
5 minutes.
Just 10 seconds after entry interface, we will see Integrity reaching its peak speed of 24,661.21 miles per hour. That will be just seconds before we begin a 6-minute blackout period.
Integrity, Houston. Your vehicle is in a good config for CMSM SEP and go for CM raise.
CMSM SEP, good position. Under 4,000 miles.
Same on board and copy, go for CM raise.
Go for a crew module raise.
That CM raise referred to as the slight firing of 19 seconds by Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, a slight nudge of the aft end of the vehicle so that it's tilted a bit upward, providing the final angle of attack as the vehicle enters the Earth's atmosphere. This being the mitigating factor that will reduce heat loads on the heat shield as we reach a point downrange from the start of entry interface, some 1,701 nautical miles to the splashdown site. Integrity systems in excellent shape. We are currently 3,300 nautical miles left in this mission. Splashdown scheduled 36 minutes, 39 seconds from now.
Integrity, Houston. For the 2 enabled prop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
That exchange between Jackie Mahaffey, our Capcom for tonight, and Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, indicating basically to ignore sensor data. All of Integrity's systems are in good shape.
We're very close to module separation. And I think in the next 2 minutes that's supposed to happen. Module separation, crew module and service module, supposed to separate very shortly.
Now, coming up on about 90 seconds till the crew module, service module separation.
There you go, 90 seconds. Hoping we get to see it right here. Keep your eyes out. I'm going to take the clock off just for a second.
All quiet here in Mission Control as we enter the most critical phase of the completion of this flight. All of the preparatory activities leading up to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere just 21 minutes from now.
We have to be less than a minute or so until the crew module and service module separate.
Coming up on 1 minute. Mark, 1 minute till crew module, service module separation.
There it is, 1 minute. Here we go. Any moment now, expecting separation. Whoa, wow, there it is. Wow.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation.
Whoa.
And a great view, albeit momentarily.
It's separated.
Houston, good step on board.
There you go.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from Integrity, a job well done.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
That was pretty neat. That service module is the primary...
So with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission. Next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
Good GPS 2.
The service module is the primary...
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
It's primary power and propulsion component.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right angle, if you will, the angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away.
That is a visualization.
This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation.
So that really represents what's going on.
2,800 miles from Earth.
So it really, that's what it's doing right now. It's turning its orientation now, because that's based on real-time data.
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays, and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
They can see the service module, which separated out the window.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raise burn.
They're going to do a raise burn to set the proper entry angle. It seemed to be on the visualization before it seemed to show it turning, although I don't know. It definitely was turning on the visualization. But they're doing something called a raise burn. 18-second crew module raise burn to set the proper entry angle and align the heat shield for atmospheric interface. That is what's coming up very shortly. And one of our viewers mentioned the speed is now 19,500. Look at those miles come off. Look at how fast the miles are coming off.
And the crew module raise burn is underway. A 19-second firing of the thrusters. And we have a completion of the burn.
The burn is complete. They just fired the thrusters for 18 seconds. Thanks, minding your business. Diver Patty, TE88, thank you. Speak louder.
Integrity, good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Very good. Speak louder, Jennifer Rodding, thank you. Soulfly, thank you.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity, Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
minute loss of signal. Look at the speed. Speed is almost at 20,000. Velocity almost at 20,000. It's going to get up to over 24,000.
So for those who are watching the series of events coming up, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 14 minutes, 45 seconds from now. 6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at approximately 34,800 feet per second, range to touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter a 6-minute blackout period in which we will lose communications with the crew. This is expected due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect due to the collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During that period of time, we will reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid-fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Almost 2,100 miles velocity, 21,000 miles an hour and counting, going up. About 1,500 miles distance from Earth right now, going down.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
Yes, I believe the service module is destroyed as it re-enters the atmosphere. That's what I was reading that yesterday.
The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
Wow. Quick thanks to Vicky Healy. And speak louder for the people in the back. And Haley Girl and BBG, thanks for the memberships. And John Mahovsky, thank you. Minding your
Integrity
business
is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
15,000 feet per second. Minding your business says this takes me back to my childhood in the Apollo splashdown.
Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
Thanks also Diver Patty and Minding Your Business. Thanks to all of you for watching. Look at this. About 20 minutes until splashdown. Everything going well so far. Thanks to all of our moderators too.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
It's amazing to see out the window. They said it was out the window, didn't they? Under 1,000 miles distance from Earth, as our viewer just said.
You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out in the Pacific, the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds. Winds at 10 knots. Wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
870 miles. The max speed is around 24,661 miles that they will reach, and they are getting close.
Integrity back in EI attitude.
We see the same on board, Jackie.
It's crazy they are going that fast.
Houston, Verge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Crew and vehicle configured for entry.
Houston copies.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS.
Less than 20 minutes. Well, on my clock. I think my clock is like 20 seconds from their clock. But they don't have their clock up right now. The crew is expected to experience up to 3.9
And Houston, in instruction
Gs.
509, we are not below 0.2.
Again, the crew is expected to experience up to 3.9 Gs in the planned entry profile, says NASA.
Integrity, no action required.
Integrity.
Now 6 minutes away from entry interface. We will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Range to splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles.
Wait, so are we seeing the Earth at the bottom there?
And once again,
what
just
are
a reminder,
are we seeing the Earth?
some 24
I don't even know.
seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew. during a 6-minute blackout period when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects.
So that's the Earth? Am I right? I don't know.
And Flight Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
That's for 6 minutes.
Looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Houston concurs.
So that starts in about
that
3-4
blackout
minutes.
Period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again will last.
Look at this.
About
wow.
6 minutes in duration.
So again, in about 3 minutes, there's going to be a 6-minute period where we can't. There's a communications blackout.
We're 4 minutes
for about 6
away
minutes.
from entry interface.
Wow! Look at this video. Unbelievable. 350 miles away. Everything going well so far. We're about 17 minutes until actual splashdown, 8:07 Eastern Time. But I took the clock off because I wanted to show you the video.
This view from Integrity.
Look at the speed. Look at the velocity.
It crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface.
Look at the velocity. So the max it's going to get is 24,661, I believe.
16.5 minutes till splashdown.
We're very close to maximum velocity. 24,000.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment.
We're getting very close to the fastest velocity. We're under 200 miles. Look at the miles go down. Crazy.
All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
We're about to lose communication with them for about 6 minutes, in a minute or so. 6-minute communications blackout. Look at the velocity, 24,400 miles per hour. It's going to get up to 24,661, we were told.
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
Crazy video. That data is coming from NASA, the distance and velocity data.
Mark, 1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Okay.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
See, the speed hit, and then it went down. See that?
Integrity.
It did get to 24,661. Oh, it's above then. Now, I don't know if that's accurate, the velocity there. So I'm getting that data
10
from
seconds
NASA.
till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
Entering Earth's atmosphere. Entering Earth's atmosphere.
Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
Wow. This is live video, guys. Live video. Yeah, communications
and as predicted,
blackout.
We've entered our communications blackout.
Oh,
this will be a 6-minute blackout period.
So
no voice, no data from the crew.
I don't even know with that velocity number. That's coming from the NASA site, the velocity number. I don't know if the velocity number I think is
We're
wrong
30
at this
seconds
point.
away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory.
Look at that. So again, the velocity number is coming from the
from
NASA
the
real-time orbit
G5
website.
Aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone. This view of integrity.
That's integrity right there. You're looking at it live.
So
Wow,
that
crazy.
pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st. Four and a half minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splash down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
And again, I don't know that data is accurate coming from the NASA real-time orbit website, because you see that the miles distance from Earth just went up. So well, I'll keep it up there, but it's showing the distance going up, which is kind of odd. So I don't know how that's working. I might take it off the screen. I'm no longer confident in the NASA website velocity and distance.
The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on Integrity.
Yeah, one of the viewers said no contact with it, so maybe it's just estimating or something.
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period.
Oh, look, now that's a visualization. Okay, now they have the numbers up. Look.
The plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
So that's a visualization, but they have the numbers in the corner right now that you can see. So 30, but see their numbers from Earth are going up too. So 31 miles and over 25,000 velocity. So again, I don't, maybe it's in communications blackout still. One of the viewers said they turned around. Yeah, I don't think they're going away from Earth.
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity.
Good.
Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period.
Aerial assets. Maybe they'll show us another.
Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
I'm sure we'll see soon another shot from one of the planes or helicopters of the crew module. All right. So again, I would not trust the data in the bottom right there.
Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity.
So soon we'll get the live shot from the planes and copters and more accurate data.
And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals.
Oh, see, the velocity is going down now. Now the velocity is going down. Look at that velocity.
We're still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew.
Yeah, sorry. So let's hope we hear from the crew soon. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, that should be the most important thing. This was a planned 6-minute communications blackout. Any moment now, I guess we should hear from them because it was about 6 minutes ago. So hopefully we hear from them soon.
We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
Less than a minute from now. About 7 or 8 minutes until splashdown. Splashdown's supposed to be at 8:07 Eastern time.
We are now processing data from Integrity.
What's happening? Let's see. Are we going to get a visual? We're going to get a live visual now. They're processing data from Integrity. Oh, I think I got my data back. No, I don't know.
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
Look at this. Is that it? What am I looking at, guys? I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at. Thermal cameras, somebody said? So people said that's a thermal view.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Still waiting to hear from the astronauts. Let's hope that's soon.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud
Hey.
and clear.
Yay!
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
All right. So we heard from the astronauts.
Guidance looks good.
Everything's looking good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming
I have
home.
data again. I have data again. There's the data. I got the data back from the NASA site.
Passing 100,000 feet now. Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
I'm hoping that data is accurate. It's coming from the NASA Live real-time orbit website. Look at this.
Integrity impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
Something happened with the camera?
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
Okay, now.
And a view of Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
Wow, incredible, incredible, incredible. It's real. It looks like a movie. It looks like a movie, but it's real.
The pyros
Incredible.
are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
Look at this. Look at this video. What are we going to see? The drogues coming out? Drogue parachutes soon? Drogue parachutes any moment now. There you go. We just saw
and there go the first series of parachutes.
Wow.
And we're on drogues.
Drogue parachutes.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
Amazing.
2 good drogue shoots.
Wow.
Next up.
We copy. We see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
So the main parachutes, these will release, I believe, and then we'll get the main parachutes that will slow it to 20 miles an hour.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Wow.
Passing through 10,000 feet, still on drogues.
There go the drogues, and there's the main parachutes, right? I guess. Right there. Main parachutes.
Main chute deploy.
Wow.
We're at 5,000 feet.
There you go. Slowing down. How about that?
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity.
Amazing.
And we have 3 good main chutes.
Incredible.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes. Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Look at that video. Look at that video.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
Splash
Time
down.
to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Wow.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I don't know what we're seeing at the bottom there. Let's see.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Any moment now. Any moment now. Look at that. Any moment now.
Houston Integrity, splashdown.
There we go.
Post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
They have splashed down, and they are back on Earth.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
This is off the coast of San Diego, guys. Off the coast of San Diego.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
It's incredible they can make that whole thing work. That thing flew around
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How us?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
They flew around
Perfect
the
communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Great.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
No, here we go. Look at this. Our viewer says, what a crazy journey.
We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
I said it before, the guy doing the voice for NASA is very good. I forget what his name is, but he's really good.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
So Integrity is in great shape. And as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about. so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
One of our viewers said, great to see NASA back again.
Integrity back on Earth following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 2828, but I'll remain on this frequency.
We copy.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
One of our viewers said, we saw history together. Nix Mandela says, good job, humans. We did something positive.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on Integrity.
Can you say again? That was very weak and broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
Oh, look at this. Look at that shot right there. Look at that shot right there. Oh, my gosh. Amazing. Amazing.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
One of the viewers said, come on. CDJ says, come on, boats. It's a crazy video.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
Uh-oh. 30-minute power down delay?
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hang on, let's see what happens.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
a good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle.
We're seeing
which
the
will
boat.
be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly. There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
I'm trying to call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
And Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Look at that. So the people, the search and rescue people, the recovery people can't hear the astronauts. Is that the idea? Look at all the boats.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
Maybe he wasn't using it right. Push to talk is PTT, right?
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
Great footage. I'm going to thank a couple people. Thanks so much to Josh Barnes. Thank you, Josh. Food de la Lune, thank you. Cat Order, thank you. Florian Meyer from Switzerland.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Cannot reply.
Thanks so much, Florian Meyer in Switzerland. I really appreciate that. Louis R. Thank you so much, Louis R., who says, so exciting. Welcome home to the astronauts. Thanks, Josh Barnes. Josh thinks it looks like UAP. Boz Reviews, thanks. Beth R. One Way Street, who says, this is fantabulous. Thanks, I'll say M is stupid.
And Houston, please don't
look
reply.
at that. Wow.
NRD, very weak.
Look at that.
Unreadable. Master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
Oh, they can't communicate with the master diver. The master diver can't hear them. I really want the mission control to say, you're sure you're pushing the PTT, right? You're sure? You're sure you're pushing it? They won't say that, though.
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Oh, got a copter. Just saw a copter fly by.
Checking.
Thank you, CGS7226. Thank you. Firejack. Sarah Jane, thank you. Nikos Kostianis, thank you.
This is Mission Control, Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Oh, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is there.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis III? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis III. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis III is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis II, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European Service Module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis II, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort, we are returning to the moon, we're doing it to stay, we are building that enduring presence, we are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone, we're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely, and speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
I have an update
for you. Thank you,
for
Megan,
you.
and thank you, Administrator Isaacman. We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle. All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation worked like a charm.
I have a quick update I'm going to give you about something else in a second.
So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach Integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in a variety of different configurations. Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape.
So, update about the Iran war. The New York Times is reporting that U.S. officials say to the New York Times that Iran...
So just to recap, it has been...
I'm going to say this quickly.
Some 26.5 minutes.
The New York Times is reporting that U.S. officials tell them that Iran has been unable to open the Strait of Hormuz to more shipping traffic because Iran cannot locate all of the mines it laid in the waterway and lacks the capability to remove them. Now, I don't know if that's true. Again, this is U.S. officials claiming to the New York Times that Iran has been unable to open the Strait of Hormuz to more shipping traffic because it cannot locate all of the mines it laid in the waterway and lacks the capability to remove them. So, is it true? Is it an excuse? I have no idea. I'm just passing that along. I posted a link to the story on my X account, at Lookner on X. And, but again, I just saw this right now. I wanted to pass it along to you. Sorry to interrupt with this, but I was just checking for updates. So that's being reported tonight.
They're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Oh, I owe a couple more thank yous. Thanks to Sushi Jezebel for your support. TE88PFCR. Thank you. Who says, so tired of winning. Red Squirrel, thank you. Frosty, thank you. Kelly for Wood. Fishacat. Philip Nelson. Austin with no. Haley Girl, thank you. BBG for the memberships. John Mahovsky. Also, Cat Hoarder. Foodaloon. I have some more I have to thank here. Hold on a moment. I'm behind on thanking people. Bear with me. I want to thank some people. We're going to have more war updates for you, of course, in this broadcast, and more coverage, of course, of the recovery of the astronauts. Thanks also Joseph Fiorentino, who said, so happy the crew got home safe. Also, thank you to Tox Riso Caroto. Thank you. Sparky Jean says, did they reuse the capsule? Off the top of my head, I'd say no, they would not reuse the capsule, but I'm not positive. Anyone? Maybe our viewers. I'm sure some of our viewers know. I don't like to say things when I don't know. Hold on a second here. Orion, I guess, is designed to be partially reusable. That's what I'm reading online. I guess I'm seeing online that certain parts are reusable. Hold on, I'm reading on this. It's partially reusable.
This is Mission Control Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Hang on. A crew
that
module.
Would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Okay. NASA says
Once
on
again,
their
from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
So NASA, in a 2022 article on the Orion spacecraft, says that on early flights, high-value crew
Reports,
module components.
From Pacific indicate that the recovery team, in communications with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch.
NASA says on early flights of the Orion spacecraft, high-value crew module components such as avionics and environmental control and life support systems will be reused, with plans to reuse more components on later missions.
Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific, but we will not stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch, is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha.
Thanks so much.
What you're looking at is one of the fast boats circling the vehicle to make a hazard assessment.
Thanks, Jason D. and Jess in California. Philippe Zapata L. Send Cat Pics. Berea Beard. Pyrotechniker Nico. Patty Be Good. Bob Pacheco, thank you. Bob says, nice to see news that is about human achievement, optimism, and unity. Thank you, Martin Ging. D7NRD. Fahrenheit. Waltham, Mass. TE88PFCR. Anti-Antifa, E1991M, thank you, Eliza Jane, HTOS1AV, Marin Gobra. Speak louder for the people in the back. And also, Fish gave 50 people memberships. Fish9893, that's so nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Fish. And No Name, thank you. I will try to look up that article, No Name, thank you. No Name, 99995. Fallon for She. Thank you. And Joseph Fiorentino, thank you. Sorry, I was behind on thanking people. Real quick also, over on Twitch, Froggin Blastin, thank you. Asp Axe. Wayne from DeSix. J Dread 3800. Table Tens. Cece. Kiwi Polson. Space Turkey, Tatsiki, Armageddon, J-Dread, T3LBBTX. Thank you. You can see they're right next to it. They're next to it. I know there was some sort of delay because they were having problems communicating with the recovery people from the crew module. I don't know, though. I mean, there's certain things that they have to do before they can get them out of there, and I don't know exactly what all that is. They're supposed to make some, we're supposed to inflate some raft, right? Which hasn't happened yet, I don't think. Yeah, one of the viewers said checking for dangerous gases. Sorry, I might have missed it on the voiceover.
Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
It looked like you could see one of the guys on the boat.
We talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time.
It looked like one of the guys on the boat was holding out some sort of detector thing. See, he's holding out. Look, I think, I'm not sure, or maybe a couple of them are holding out some sort of detector things.
That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Some of the viewers say they are gas sensors. A couple of viewers claim they are selfie sticks. I do not think they are selfie sticks. Hang on a moment. Yeah, they text for, I'm reading online, they test for toxic gases. That's one thing they do. And then, hold on a second here. They had to wait till the ship till the spacecraft powers down too. That takes some time, I guess.
Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of Integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer, who's in contact with the recovery team, that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues.
Oh,
they're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time.
I wasn't saying that it had not powered down.
As you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of Integrity.
I was just going over some of the things that once it splashes down need to be done.
This includes Navy divers, a Navy flight surgeon, and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes.
Open mic. Appreciate you guys being with us. Let me shout out our moderators. Really appreciate our moderators who are here and who have been here. A lot of people in the chat. Hold on a moment here. Did I thank everybody? Hold on. Hey, Marty Franza. I never thanked Marty Franza. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you, Marty Franza. Also, Fish9893. Really generous of you, Fish. Thank you. Louis R. I'm not sure I thanked Louis, but thank you so much, Louis R. Really appreciate it. Also, I never thanked R. Stanley 1049.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Again, R. Stanley 1049. Thank you so much, R. Stanley. I'll thank our mods in a second.
Here on the bow of the recovery ship, where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats.
One of the viewers said they need cameras on the raft.
First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Again, we splashed down to the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good. And whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready. And as there are mission audio loops in Mission Control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open.
Nice.
Side hatch of integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there. In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. Boats getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion. Why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
I just another quick update. Maybe some of you had seen this. I missed this yesterday. CBS News reports that the U.S. has lost 24 MQ-9 Reaper drones during the Iran war in the Middle East. They say that those 24 drones lost represent a loss of about $720 million, because a single Reaper drone can cost about $30 million or more.
As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in some 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
By the way, shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who have been here during the broadcast. We've had a lot of people chatting in our chat rooms over there on Twitch. Bastion Girl, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, and Sarah. Linda Belklari and Misha moderate for us on X. Paul Anderson, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook, and Andrea Holder. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth on YouTube. Thanks for modding there. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Waiting for the crew extraction. People want to see the crew. Hopefully soon we will see the crew. Are they okay? Yes. Word is the crew is doing great. Donna Simmons says, great to see this. Something good for a change. That's from our viewer, Donna Simmons. One of our viewers asked if it's when it lands, is it hot for the crew? I mean, I know it's powered on, so I assume they would have some kind of cooling going on in there. I would assume. It's a good question. I mean, it's certainly on the outside, it's extraordinarily hot coming down. But again, they're not burning up when they come in. So I don't know exactly what the cooling system is like on board. Now, one of our viewers said the suits they wear cool them down. Yeah, some of our viewers are saying their suits cool them. Arlie says the insulation is out of this world.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Oh, okay. Listen to this. Let's listen to.
Okay, David, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it. And then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle.
Hey, what happened to the sound? Where'd the sound go? I didn't touch it.
A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition.
I mean, when you look at that, they were on that thing, all 4 of them were on that thing for 10 days. It's not that big. Now, also, though, so
again,
they
while
have
we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John.
There's also the service module. The service modules, can they go in the service module? That's extra space for them, maybe? Service, yeah, the service module, which separates right before they re-enter. So there's that too. But I don't know what the service. I have to look that up.
Some internal audio loops again.
Is the toilet in the service module correct?
It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad. You can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000 mile journey around the moon. If you think you get car sick.
I am reading online. I have to confirm this, but I'm reading something that says that the crew does not actually go in the service module.
In case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great.
That's awesome.
The complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible.
President Trump said congratulations to the great, very talented crew of Artemis II. The entire trip was spectacular. The landing was perfect. And as President of the United States, I could not be more proud.
2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
We'll connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina.
So they just take him by helicopter.
And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts.
So I think these, on Flight Radar 24, I think you can see the helicopters.
Aerial and imagery teams.
This is the most tracked flight on Flight Radar 24. It's a helicopter off the coast of California.
For a clear view.
My guess is that's one of the helicopters there. You can see several helicopters on Flight Radar 24. Here's a different one. 3 different helicopters there.
You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines. About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here.
So I know when we've covered SpaceX,
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home.
Like we've definitely covered SpaceX
mission to the moon and back.
Missions where the capsule lands and then they take the capsule out of the water and they put it on a ship, right? If I remember right, because I remember seeing like on SpaceX ones where the capsule would be raised onto the ship and then the astronauts would walk out. So this is different. This they're going to take them out by helicopter.
In Orion, reporting all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it.
Because there's that shot I know where you're on the ship and you see them one by one literally walk out of the capsule on the SpaceX mission sometimes.
The front porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well.
I don't know the whys of the difference of the recovery technology. It just,
again, more than
I was
40
remembering
people
that.
out in the water right now.
Martin Ging says SpaceX does it with a big arm thingy.
Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours. The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything. And actually here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because
okay,
the flight deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship. So that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water.
So they have the capsule on top of that raft thingy.
They have all the time they needed for the
and they're pulling up the other raft thingy.
And then the same crew here out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion.
A front porch. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the specifics. We saw them talking about it. They did an interview about it. I don't remember the details.
Looking good around Orion.
So I'm calling it the raft thingy.
Some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so...
They're a little ways from land right now.
So it doesn't sway so much in the water there.
I mean, if you told me they were 40, 50 miles offshore, I'd believe you. I'm just eyeballing it on Flight Radar 24, but judging from Flight Radar 24, they're dozens of miles off the coast.
Fully inflated as well.
One of the Darcy thinks it's 60 miles.
Area.
I wonder if you can tell on marine traffic. But Darcy thinks it's like 60 miles. Let me check marine traffic too and see.
And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air.
I mean, according to marine traffic, that ship...
And enjoy this beautiful day here.
The John P. Murphy is about 50 miles from the coast. Our viewer, Nenwai Mets Win, says...
Teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar.
NY Mets Win WS says the fresh air must feel amazing.
And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion.
All right, let's see. It's pretty cool. I think they were showing it at the Mets game. I just saw a video online where they were showing. I think they showed it live at the Mets game on the scoreboard when it touched down.
All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected. Again, all this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship.
I know.
Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home, Integrity," taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth. So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
I should change the headline. Artemis crew exits spacecraft after splashdown.
Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old Shuttle Flight Control Room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of Integrity. That splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of Flight Dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego. And the initial, you can hear it.
There we go.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity.
I'm trying to see the person.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
There's one. Okay. There's two. I see two. Two orange suits. Very cool. Very cool.
We now have two crew members out.
I think it's orange suits.
Two crew members out, two to go. We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
Is that the third right there? Right there, right there. See? Third, number three. There's number three.
Crew member number 3 now out. And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship. Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
Michelle says, must be so weird experiencing gravity now. What an experience to go on the trip around the moon, and you're looking at Earth from a distance from space, and then you come all the way back. Unbelievable.
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of integrity.
Very good.
Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch, and the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
Very cool. Very cool. Great work by NASA, getting them all back safely. Artemis III right now is scheduled for 2027. And then Artemis IV, I mean, it's scheduled for 2028. Unclear if it'll happen. Then Artemis IV is when you're supposed to have men return to the surface, humans return to the surface of the moon. Wow. Break says, I hope it happens.
This is Mission Control Houston.
There they are.
The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
Oh, because remember, the reporter is on the ship. The ship is about, what they say, 3,000 meters from the spacecraft. It's not. But I mean, maybe we'll see the camera. We'll get the camera on the ship to show us the helicopters as they land on the ship. 3,000 yards, somebody said, because there is a camera on the ship. Thank you, Ben Van, for watching.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on a lunar flyby, and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Ahmed Shathria, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing if, what we'll see when they get back on the ship. One of the viewers had hoped they let them shower and have a hot meal. Appreciate all of you being with us tonight for the coverage.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about an hour and 34 minutes since the textbook splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific to bring home our astronauts. And with us now is Ahmed Shathria, the NASA Associate Administrator. Ahmed, a little bit of history made tonight, a little bit of history made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished?
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks in the Mission Control Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And my thought is always about these teams, the team that's in the water right now pulling the crew out, the team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. We still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Murtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through. And they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but Did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we were in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states, they came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis II, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program because Lord knows we need the help, but even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. Flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. And it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, we did this before 53 years ago, and that. It is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun,
this out.
Mueller,
Check this out.
What they really, really wanted to do.
Wow.
As they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of
All right,
action to the
they're
lunar
picking
surface,
up. They're picking up the crew.
Learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand
We need
the
the
range
natural
of action to the
audio.
moon. Now, of course,
Unfortunately,
the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum.
They are taking the crew one by one to the boat,
NASA
to the
kept
recovery
moving
boat.
along those paths, right? So we recognize.
I got to turn the interview down. They're taking the crew one by one to the recovery boat, which is pretty close to there. I believe they said something like 3,000 yards or something like that. But it's a short ride to the recovery boat. But they're picking up one at a time. It's interesting they don't just bring them over by boat to the recovery boat. Anyway, I'm sure they have their reasons.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Amit.
Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. That's one of the astronauts, right? Am I right about this? Wow. Amazing.
This is Mission Control Houston, with the crew members now beginning to be hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters. Let's go to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, who will take it from here.
Hey, Rob, yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion. The first one there, having just completed picking up the first astronaut.
This is amazing.
Helo 2 now.
Look at this.
Hovering just 40 feet above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there. The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device. Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there. The front porch with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest. And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front porch, getting hoisted into the second helicopter. That helicopter will now hover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight. Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch. We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew, who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon.
It's amazing.
Third astronaut in the air.
Look at how they get there.
Getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now.
Wow.
That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck. And now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reed Wiseman.
Tina Marie says they have an exciting life.
Back over to the front porch. Here it comes. Making its final approach here.
It's like do they even go inside? Oh, now, yeah, they're getting up in there. Okay.
The last astronaut.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they're
Commander
still
Reed
outside. Takes them a while to get inside.
Now off the front porch and almost into the second helicopter. Both now on their way back to the ship where we are, the USS John P. Murtha, just west of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean.
Oops, sorry for the typo. There is a typo in the headline. It's not astronauts.
Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship, excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard. Watching them now with our own eyes. Close to the ship here. Hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow. The first helicopter coming in.
Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Wow. We got the camera right there. The camera is right there.
And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our Artemis II crew. Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Kilo 1 on deck reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission audio loops that the recovery team are using here to communicate with one another. And an announcement just made on the ship, integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here.
Look at that.
In the Pacific
Wow.
Ocean.
The USS John P. Murtha.
Second helicopter. Making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment.
Wow.
Some impressive flying here by the Navy as we are seconds away from wheels down. And there you go. We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members on the USS John P. Murtha. I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feel good. We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial, quick, verbal assessments of how they're feeling. Their destination tonight, the medical bay here on the ship, right after we power down the helicopters here.
I think they may be in the one on the right.
The team on the flight deck working quickly but methodically. Waiting for just one more helicopter to touch down.
Yeah.
Very limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
As that third helicopter touches down.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of waiter decks, ACO frame 095, or no cover stop side, thrown articles over the side, hold all trash and garbage on station. Flight quarters.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd overhead. Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system, reminding folks to stay clear of operational areas like the flight deck, so that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay. Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all 4 crew members on the flight deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Again, crew waiting before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down. Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military. So we'll wait just a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one.
All right. As one of our viewers said, the engines are off. So hang on a moment here. We're going to see the astronauts come out soon. By the way, thanks so much to Lobster Bobster and Kaz Michelle and Raiderette Simpson. Thank you, Raiderette Simpson. Also, TE88 PFCR for the memberships. Thank you. Thanks also, Martin Ging. Thank you, Ramen in my tum tum. Oh, there we go. Look, we got.
All right, and now here we see pilot Victor Glover.
There he is. There's Victor Glover.
And mission specialist Christina Cook sitting on the edge.
Oh, I guess she's there too.
One of the helicopters looking in great spirits. That familiar smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it from here. Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly. A photographer taking their pictures. Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them? Because that is what I'm thinking about.
I guess she's going to talk to them.
Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972.
Thanks, Marcus, Plane Spotting Germany. Appreciate it. Wolfie Live. Thank you, Wolfie Live.
Oh,
Pete.
There we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home. A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, Integrity."
Thanks to our viewer, Pete the Pot Pusher and Kazi Michelle, or Kaz Michelle.
I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another.
Thanks also Oxytropis, The Nugget Doctrine, Tech Slug, Froggin Bloston, Asp Axe
And so now we see some Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Both have taken off their helmets now.
Thanks also Wayne from D6, Table 10s, CC, thank you.
Some pictures, video to catalog this historic moment. A beautiful sunset just behind them here in the Pacific Ocean. Golden hour. These pictures will be beautiful. Now we see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. He is on the flight deck, as well as Flight Surgeon Rick Schuring walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast. Again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling, anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling pretty good for folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon and now here to the Pacific Ocean. We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor, a hug from Christina.
I think maybe they're going to get it. They're going to interview the astronauts in a second. That's what it seems like. That's what I'm waiting for. Sounds like they'll interview.
Congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy at what we were able to accomplish today. returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon. And here we go. We're seeing Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay.
Oh, maybe it won't be soon. I don't think they'll interview them right now. Maybe later.
It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to medical bay.
Wyatt says no interviews
and now on the
until
flight deck, we
checks.
see the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle. Rick Schuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs from Victor, Christina to Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight. All right, and now here we are, Christina, making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home.
Cool.
You can see she's looking up. Again, lots of people, just a few levels up off the flight deck, welcoming her home. Scott holding the door like a gentleman, but back on his way to the other crew still on the flight deck.
It's too bad they don't have any kind of close-ups. I mean, this camera's pretty far away. It doesn't really zoom in much, you know. We haven't seen any kind of close-up of them at all. Not when they were getting off the ship or anything.
Victor Glover and Reed Weissman.
Criddle thinks it's odd that they don't. I actually do think it's odd that they don't. I think it's a good thing for NASA that they do. It's good publicity for NASA for people to be able to see them, you know? They don't need to, you know,
across the flight deck.
show them all, but I assume it seems like they feel fine and they're in good spirits.
Applauding. Victor applauding for all the folks on the ship with him who played a role in their safe return today.
In the SpaceX when they show like the Dragon capsule and they'll have a close-up of the person getting out, it's a very cool shot. It's really neat to see them.
And finally, just one Artemis II crew member left on the flight deck, Commander Reed Weissman. Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people. Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay.
They are off the deck of the ship.
See our 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. A more in-depth assessment. When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back from the moon. Beautiful shot of that sunset, illuminating our flight deck. All right, and now with our astronauts safely on board, I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director Lily Villarreal. Lily, I don't know how you must be feeling right now. Ecstatic?
I'm
relieved?
so ecstatic, relieved. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship.
I want to take some comments from you guys. I want to take a few comments. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Red Squirrel and Reddy Samedi and Sean C. and Skylark and T. Willow for the memberships. Also, Holy Toads, thank you so much. And says, glad they finally got back to Earth. And also Wolfie Live, who says, Reed is such an inspiring man. His wife passed a few years ago back from cancer, single father, and still went to the moon. Incredible all around. Let's see here. Amy Driscoll says, that was amazing. We all just watched history in the making. Deadwing says, must be nice to leave Earth for 10 days. Let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna have some war updates. Veronica says, bet they can't wait to get those suits off. Our viewer Neo Dark Stoic says that was super cool. Frapp says, it's been 10 days. They probably don't feel or look their best, even if they are in good spirits. Anita Edwards says they are walking well considering. Salvation for Israel says, so glad to see them able to walk so well already. 8CH says, this was incredible. Can you imagine Artemis 4 is supposed to be humans going to the surface of the moon? What I'm going to do, because I want to talk about the war some, is, so I'm going to take about 5 minutes. I'm just going to maybe have a bowl of cereal or something because I haven't eaten. And then, I ate something before the stream, but we've been on for a number of hours. So let me take about 5 minutes or so, and I'll leave this up. And then when I come back, we can talk more about the war stuff. Okay? How does that sound? Does that sound fair? So I'll leave the footage up. Let's, and I'll just say, Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Give me about 5 minutes or so, and I'll leave this up. And then when I come back, we will talk about the war.
Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center, and that's when I learned about Apollo. And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts, and that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what what girls, my age back then is 7, young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody. And I'm so happy about that. Yeah. Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do. 5 to 6 more hours to recover Orion that's still out in the water. So I'll let you get back to it. But you had beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here in Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by Integrity that splashed down in the Pacific right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 p.m. Eastern Time, where managers will discuss the return of the Integrity spacecraft and the completion of the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for this evening and historic mission in the history books. This is Mission Control Houston. Main chute deploy. And we have 3 good main chutes.
All right, hold on a moment.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Hey, I'm just having a quick snack. Of course, I did it the one time where they wrap up the coverage. So we're going to talk about the war coming up. So I need about a couple minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Beirut cam on the screen right now, and I'm going to finish my bowl of cereal, and then I'll come back and we'll talk more. Where is the Beirut cam? It is there. I can hear 2 of myself. I'll fix that in a second. Okay, hold on. Put this here. Fit the screen. There's that. And I have this, and I have this. Sorry, I know you might be hearing 2 of me. And this is Beirut. Why is this all weird? Refresh. Why is this all weird? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Give me a couple minutes, guys. Give me a couple minutes. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our coverage very shortly. And I'll be... Steve will be right back with more coverage. Okay. Okay, thanks for your patience. It was a little longer than 5 minutes maybe, but I got to eat something. All right, so hang on a moment here. Okay, thanks for Oops, I'm hearing two of me. Hold on. We don't want to hear two of me. Okay, that's better. Thanks, by the way, to Noxy Hawks HTX. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't think I thanked Tarot Oracle Original or Sapphirus Oneable or Hippie Easter. Sorry, I owe a couple more people thank yous. I'm sorry. Chucky T. Plague, JD63 Dawn, Y9L5W, Kathy Leeds, Adam Dunlap. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. Did I catch up? Hopefully I caught up. Okay. Just a moment. Thanks also, Tech Slug over there on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Tech Slug, thank you. And Oxytropus. All right, now, by the way, has J.D. Vance's plane gotten to Pakistan yet? Is it still trackable? Is it still on the here? No. J.D. Vance's plane, maybe it already got there. The J.D. Vance plane. Oh, there's it Mason's. Are we going to watch the NASA news conference? I might watch the start of it. I don't know that we're going to cover the whole NASA news conference. I mean, we just heard a bunch of interviews and everything. Let's check out some of the national. I don't know how long I'll stick with the NASA news conference, but let's check it out and see what's going on. Hang on.
Because this physics votes last. The families of the crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles to the moon. And their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they rode. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time, we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So, y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now is capable of, welcome to our moonshot. I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over the last 10 days. NASA has shown that ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. We are so thrilled to have Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the flight control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles. And that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do. And I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have a work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing that happened today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reed Weissman, the commander of Integrity, and it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours, it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Murtha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
Thanks so much. Joey Rillett with Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis III? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously, it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, you know, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe you.
Like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly, learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system. I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marcia.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, they've gotten to know each other so well. So each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals. But they, as a group, you could watch them and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi, all. Jackie Waddles, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. It's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, and if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but that's the only one I'm aware of that is that test. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about, as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis II, Artemis IV, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be pretty uplifting to the workforce to put the 50 years of not being back to the moon behind us.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, flight cadence and iteration is the key to reliability and safety. You know, we were waiting to fly this mission for several years. A lot of that was because of you know, the issues we saw during Artemis I and making sure we did that the right way, and we tried to make sure the machine was perfect before we flew it. But the real way to do that is to keep iterating, to keep flying, keep learning, keep getting data in the flight environment. So that piece of how we've changed the architecture and demanding that higher cadence is going to be, I would say, mandatory for us to be successful. We need that muscle memory to exist. We need the data to keep coming in, and we need to be able to quickly iterate and change the machine as we learn from it. Everything we learned from Artemis II, we're going to get right after it, but I would say it's essential.
Okay, Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology for Amit. What do you think will be your biggest challenge to ensure that this mantle and responsibility of inheriting what Apollo did does not end like Apollo?
I think we talked about this a little bit before. You know, what the architects of Apollo, Gilruth, von Braun, Siemens, Mueller, what they really wanted to do when they were given the challenge of expanding the range of action to the moon was to learn to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first. I talked a little bit about this with Rob earlier. I think, you know, and of course, because of the nature of the environment they were in, you know, they were in a race. They achieved their objectives. They were geopolitical as well as technological. But once it was done, it was done. And I think the foundation they wanted to build on is what we went to afterwards. So we wanted to, you know, investigate reusability with shuttle. We did that. We wanted to learn to live in space for a long time with station. We've got to that point now, 25 years of occupation. And now it's interesting. I think where we are with the program is kind of where they wanted us to be before they decided to go do that, to actually enable a sustainable presence, to learn how to live and work there for a long time. So, you know, it's a weird irony of history that, you know, it took that long for us to do that, but we weren't sitting idle while that happened. We developed the capability to have an enduring presence, you know, in space, and now we're going to take advantage of that now that we've reached back to the moon.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room from Ken Chang, and then we'll go take several from the phone.
Hi, Ken Chang from New York Times. I guess for Rick and everybody else, can you talk about what the last 13 minutes were like? There had to have been some anxiety, and what was the moment where you could finally relax, and when did you start celebrating in Mission Control?
Well, certainly there's anxiety. If you didn't have anxiety bringing this spacecraft home, you probably didn't have a pulse. You know, I have a lot of trust in my team. We've got all flight controllers in the room on entry day went through a rigorous training process, and they are the system experts on their respective part of the spacecraft. And so while there's anxiety, there's a lot of confidence because the team is there to do a job, and we've trained well, and we executed well. We all breathed a sigh of relief once the side hatch opened up. That's when we brought the team in. We said a few words to the flight controllers, and then we turned around to the families and waved to the families and gave them a thumbs up. And we all watched as a flight control team as each of the 4 astronauts got out of the spaceship and were hoisted up onto the helicopters. It was a great day.
Okay, we'll take several questions from the phone now. The first one is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. Question for Lori or Howard. I know it's very, very early here, but any initial thinking about the heat shield performance relative to Artemis 1? And could you walk through how the heat shield will be assessed in the coming weeks and months? Thanks so much.
So I'll just start, and then I'll hand it over to Howard. How's that? Initially, we gathered a lot of data already. Certainly, you saw there were aircraft that were positioned in order to do some imagery and collect data. So we've got some of those data that can be analyzed in the coming days and weeks. We also had divers below the surface that took imaging of the heat shield before it was brought onto the Mertha, so that we could understand exactly what state it's in after it landed. And so I think we've already begun the data gathering piece of it. I'm sure there'll be more assessments once we get on the ship. And then Howard, why don't you talk kind of what the next steps are?
Yeah, we already have 2 of our heat shield experts on board the ship. And so when we get the crew module into the well deck, and we'll do some inspections right off the bat. Like Lori said, we've got underwater divers that are taking pictures. And then after that, once we've inspected that on the ship, we'll transfer back to Kennedy Space Center. We'll have opportunity to look in detail and do scans of the heat shield, and we have a lot of good data from that. We also captured a lot of great imagery. Obviously, we haven't had time to digest all that data, but we will in the next several days, and make sure we understand if there's anything that happened that was anomalous. But we're very excited. The team is very excited to get that data from both the imagery and seeing it live in person.
Next up is Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I wanted to follow up on one of the earlier questions about the astronauts. I was curious if it might be possible to tell us a little bit more, if we know, about what the astronauts will be doing in their first days back on Earth, what their first meal might be, or activities with their families. Thanks so much.
Well, the top priority is going to be to get them promptly back to their families here in Houston. As far as the specifics, I'm sure each of the crew members has something special planned with their families, and that'll be the priority, is for them to take some time and spend with their loved ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure we answered it, but we do anticipate them arriving back here in Houston 12 to 24 hours after splashdown, so that would be between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening tomorrow.
Next on the phone is Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good evening. I wonder if you can talk through what the processing of the Orion spacecraft is going to be now that it's back. What point do you sort of extract all of the lessons learned from the mission and start applying them to Artemis II in order to have that mission ready to go launch in about a year's time? Thanks.
Yeah, we will have what we call a quick initial 30-day report that we will put together. Every team will be doing their due diligence and analyzing all the data we have. The crew module will get transported back to Kennedy Space Center. Sean's team, Exploration Ground Systems, is going to decontaminate the vehicle in terms of the propulsion system has hydrazine, and so we'll be working through that. In the meantime, we'll be pulling hardware off the boat in parallel with other activities, and when we get back to Kennedy Space Center. We've got about 286 components we're going to reuse in future missions already, and then we're going to look at other components and determine if we can reuse those as well. A lot of work, not only on the hardware flow, but also all the analysis of the data that we're going to need going forward to learn from this mission and carry forward for Artemis III and beyond.
Okay, we'll take one more from the phone and then come back here into the room. The next question is from Richard Trudeau with Orlando Sentinel.
Hi, thanks again for taking the time. This is another question for Howard. For Artemis III, is the docking system that you have to do with Blue Origin and/or SpaceX, is that at what point would that system be sort of in place on the new capsule? And I guess for Amit, how are your two contractors progressing toward having something that can actually go up there on your timeline? Thanks.
Okay, I'll start with our docking system. Our docking system is ready to go. It's already been qualified. We've already got the flight unit at Kennedy Space Center. Later this summer, we'll integrate it on top of the crew module. And we've done a lot of testing already, so the final part is actually the mechanical mating of the docking hatch and the docking mechanism itself. And so we have a standard way of doing dockings in space that we expect Blue Origin and SpaceX to work with us on and accomplish that mission.
Yeah, and as far as the other part, I think we're in a massive test campaign. We've got a huge test coming up of the Blue Origin Mark I lander, which will be the kind of smaller version of the lander they want to use to attempt the landing missions. There's going to be a test flight of that this year. We also have the test of the Block 3 Starship and Super Heavy, which is coming up hopefully in a few weeks here. So, every day in this program, we're going to be testing big machines, and we're just going to keep getting side by side with them to help them make progress.
Okay, Jackie, and then we'll come back to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. My question is for Howard. As a little boy, you were inspired by Star Wars. I wondered if today is better for you than Star Wars, and for future space travelers looking back at today, what should they see as being the significance? Thank you.
Wow, you might be watching my old interviews or something, but I would say 1,000, I don't know what the number is, thousands of times better. I would say that I shared a moment with my father. He took me to see Star Wars. He's not alive today. I wish he was, because that little kid who saw and was inspired by the stars, and now we're able to send our crew out to the stars, the farthest any humans have been. I mean, I can't even express just how I feel and the goosebumps I have. And I would say that for all the kids out there, I mean, just pursue the dreams. I can't say any better than the crews. I tell my kids also, pursue what you're passionate about. And my passion is a space program. My passion is NASA. And I was able to accomplish that today and hopefully many more days going forward. But you have opportunity to do what you are passionate about. And hopefully those kids who are in love with human spaceflight, in love with going to the stars, will be inspired by us, especially by our crews. And come join NASA. Come work for us. We got a lot of missions ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ariel Moutsatsos from Televisa Univision. The only mission until today that for which the communications blackout lasted 6 minutes was Apollo 13, if I am not mistaken. Today's lasted 6 minutes, around 6 minutes. Does that say anything about the design of the ship, or what is the reason behind that? And also, very quickly, can we see a Hispanic in one of the next missions of Artemis? Thank you very much.
As far as the duration of the blackout, a lot of that, that's just dictated by the physics of the approach trajectory. The Orion spacecraft, when you get enveloped by plasma that's thousands of degrees, the radio frequency of the antennas just can't shoot through that. On the space shuttle, we were lucky we had the tail, and we had an antenna up on the tail, and it took us a while to figure that out, that was a way to keep calm. For Orion, it was 6 minutes, but it was predicted, and it played out exactly as we predicted, so that just gave us confidence that it was flying the way it was supposed to.
Will.
Hi, thank you. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now, and congratulations again tonight. A question for Rick. The whole flight operations team has been exceedingly busy throughout the course of this mission, in preparation for this mission. I imagine there will be a little bit of breathing room now that the crew is back safely on Earth, but when do you kind of get the band back together to start prepping for Artemis II, and will it be the same complement of flight directors that we saw for Artemis II? Thank you.
Well, you're right that the next mission is right around the corner, and we'll take the lessons learned from Artemis II. We learned a bunch on how to fly people in space, both from a vehicle operations, but also from how to run a control room with a deep space mission. And when the time is right, we'll get back into flight-specific training. And we've got a core group of about 30 flight directors, and they're all extremely capable. And I think anybody who's assigned to that next mission is going to be as successful as the three of us, myself, Judd, and Jeff.
Yes, we'll take you.
Tom Clark with Sky News. Congratulations on a very successful mission.
Amit, you spoke yesterday of there only being irrational fears. I wonder if you succumbed to any, and if so, what they were. But more after such a successful test flight, how much of a boost is this to NASA's confidence in its wider mission to stay on the moon?
I mean, for the campaign, this is a huge step, for us to build confidence, not just in our understanding of how this machine performs, but just that this organization can rise to the standard of qualifying a vehicle like this for crewed flight. I think that's huge. It took a lot of discipline and a lot of changes between Artemis I and now to get there, and the team really rose to the equation. These folks here, they did a tremendous job of instilling the amount of discipline and rigor and belief in the qualification standards to make sure this is going to work. And so to me, that was almost the biggest objective of this mission, was to prove to ourselves that we could move to crewed flight, but maintain the same level of risk knowledge and understanding, but also really focus on what that looks like. To your point, it is when you fly the crew, when you fly any crew, you can be paralyzed. You can almost be paralyzed by risk because you become so close to them. You understand what's at stake when you with the families. You understand what's at stake. But the crew knows this, and we have to do it too. But organizationally, understand that what we do is we take calculated risks, and that it's going to take risks to explore. But you have to make sure you find the right line between being paralyzed by it and being able to manage it and bound it the right way.
Okay, Andrea. And then after that, we'll come to Michael, and then take several on the phone.
Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. This question's for Rick. I enjoyed seeing the flight controllers storm into a white flight control room, and I was just wondering, were those the controllers from the back room? Were there people who were off duty who just couldn't be away? And why was it important to open the room to them and to let more of the Houston workforce celebrate that moment? Thanks.
That was anybody, I made a call out to anybody who had worked the mission, no matter what shift or what room you were sitting in, to come into the room and just soak in the moment with the rest of the operations team. They all deserved it. They worked tremendously hard, both pre-flight and during the mission, and it was a time for us to celebrate together before celebrating outside of that room.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. Congratulations again. My question is also for Rick. I think that we've asked the crew several times if they felt the weight of this moment, and I'm curious if you felt, or if your other flight directors felt the weight of this, that as you were going through all this, you're like, this is what Gene Kranz felt, this is what Chris Kraft felt. Did you ever feel that moment?
There were a couple of times where you have a lull in the shift, and you can kind of sit back in your seat and just look out the window. I do that at ISS a lot when I work down the hall working in Ficker 1. You just enjoy the view. As I worked early in the mission on the planning shift, the moon was getting bigger and bigger, and it was fun to just sit and watch the moon get bigger. And then as we worked on the entry -1 day shift yesterday, and then on the entry shift, it was fun to watch the Earth get bigger. And it was fascinating to watch orbital mechanics take over. And in the last day when I took the console, I think we were, earlier this morning, I think we were over 50,000 miles away from Earth. And we made up that last 50,000 miles in the last 8 hours. And it's a fun job to do.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone. We have Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Oh, it's Anthony Leone with Spectrum News. Thank you so much for taking our questions. This is certainly a historic moment. NASA has kicked off the return of humans visiting the moon. How does it feel to write this new chapter in our history book?
I have to tell you, my background is in planetary science, and I was an active planetary scientist for a couple of decades, and I had this incredible honor to come over and work with the human spaceflight side of NASA and the team that have put this together. But as someone who has been interested in what we can do in exploring the moon and going beyond low Earth orbit, I think the weight of this mission and just how incredibly impactful it is that we have actually achieved this You know, during our lifetimes here, we have done this, right? You know, when Apollo was when I was a child, and to be here now and say we actually did this, we've gone back and we're going to go build a moon base. We are going to have an enduring presence on the moon. Just incredibly powerful.
The next question is from Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. You know, NASA showed one more time that space is a unifying force around the world with a crew that connected so well with people that doesn't matter which country. How important was, for anyone in the panel, how important was this mission for the agency and for the future of the Artemis program?
It's the most important human spaceflight mission I think we've done in many decades in terms of what it meant historically, but also what it means for the future of the agency. We talked before about, for many folks, this is the end of a long journey working on these machines, and for a lot of our workforce, it's just the beginning. But it is definitely an inflection point for all of us. So it's hard to understate, you know, just how incredibly valuable it is to the entire team.
Let's go here to Zach.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Zachary Albert with the Launchpad from Canada. Ahmed, if you could send a message to NASA in 50 years. We've taken a lot looking back at the last 50. What would you say to the administration and the NASA then when hopefully we've become a multiplanetary species? And for each of you, is there a word or a quick phrase on how you hope the history books classify this mission that started us going back?
You know, it's a couple of weeks ago, I was with the administrator. We were doing a different event, and we were talking about how we were really going to make choices and you know, and change our focus towards the moon, towards building a moon base, towards doing incredible things again. And right before he and I walked up on stage, he turned to me and he said, you know, at some point, people are going to look back at what we were doing, and we're going to be like those guys that were hogging out logs to cross lakes just to see if we could do it. And then, you know, in the future, people are going to look back at us and go, wasn't that quaint, and isn't that interesting how they did that? But I mean, that's kind of where I think this is going to land in the grand scheme of things. You know, we of course, Apollo achieved amazing things. We've done amazing things since then, but this, I think, is going to be an important step, and hopefully history is kind to us as a result.
Okay, Stephen, did you have one? TJ?
TJ Mosquero with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question is about the two backups. You know, they've trained for this mission themselves all the way. I'm not trying to ask if they're going to be trying to get you to tell me if there are Artemis 3 or not, but can you tell me a little bit more about their fate? Because during Apollo, it seemed that the backup crew of one mission was slated to be the prime crew of a later mission.
So both Jenny and Andre were part of this crew in every way. They trained with them. They were in the White Room when they were closing it out. They were with them. The families were together. Jenny was with us in the viewing room today. So they're part of this crew, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. Given the crew's successful demonstration of the 4K video stream with the laser comms, will there be another test of this, and what does this mean for TRL readiness level for, say, a planetary spacecraft mission? Thank you.
You got it.
I think we've had an incredible demonstration of the optical communications and the 4K video streaming. That was just fantastic. I think we've really shown that this is an amazing capability that we'd certainly like to implement in the future. So we'll have to see how that works and see how we can make that happen.
Just to point out, though, we have actually closed an optical link from much further away.
Yes, we have, from Mars.
Vehicle, so,
yep.
So we're working on that.
Mars distance. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll come around here. Just need to wait for the mic to make its way over.
Hi, thank
thank you again for doing this, and again, congrats on just such an amazing mission. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout here, and I just had a quick question. We've seen some really incredible imagery throughout the course of this mission. It's been great, to get that downlinked quickly with the laser comms. And I'm curious how much of that imagery that was taken during the mission on board has been downlinked, and how much of that still remains on the spacecraft to be recovered later. Thank you.
I don't happen to know the official stats, but we can certainly follow up with you at a later date.
I do know that Reed had made the comment that even though they sent back quite a bit, that the stuff they have with them is pretty amazing. So once we get it off the physical media on the vehicle, hopefully we'll be able to get it to you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll get all those SD cards. We'll get them all downloaded. And of course, all of the imaging that was required on Monday, that was the science imaging, all of that will be made available through the planetary data system and archived.
Okay, we'll take a few more from the phone. Next is Alejandro Turnbull with Space Scout.
Hi, congratulations, everyone.
I have a question. I don't know if people want to, I know a bunch of people are watching this. Other people want some updates about the war. So I will ask the chat, what would you prefer? Do you want to see the end of the press conference, or do you want to move on? Chat, it's up to you. Some people want different things. Yeah, so that's the thing is we have, it's about even in the chat right now. I'm looking to see what people say in the chat. All right, more people said move on. So anyways, you can go to NASA social media if you want to see the rest of the press conference, but more people said go to the other topic. So we're going to do that. Because we were supposed to cover both on the stream, but I mean, I certainly wanted to cover this because it's a very significant event. So all right, so we're going to go again. If you want to, we covered most of the press conference, but we're gonna switch up now. But I would direct you to NASA social media if you want to see the last few questions of the press conference. Okay, so I apologize to people who wanted to see it, but more wanted to switch topic. One thing I want to mention before a little breaking news before talking about the war-related stuff is that so Eric Swalwell, who is a leading candidate for the California governor race, he's a current congressional representative in the U.S. Congress from California. He was accused. A report came out today in the San Francisco Chronicle that a former congressional staffer was accusing him of sexual assault, and this story has been developing today, and reportedly a number of people who work with Eric Swalwell have quit, if I have that right. So I want to give you a quick. What was it here? Multiple staffers resigned, according to Politico. But while in the last few minutes, Eric Swalwell actually posted a video response to these allegations. So without going too deep into the story, because we're not going to focus on it, I did want to let you see what Representative Swalwell said in this video that he posted just about 18 minutes ago. So let me show you this real quick. I have to go here. Here is the post from Eric Swalwell, Representative Swalwell, what he posted on his X account about 18 minutes ago.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations, and I thought it was important that you see and hear from me directly. These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have. They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the frontrunner candidate for governor in California. I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past, but those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position. I also apologize to you if in any way you have doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am. For over 20 years, I have served the public. As a city councilman, as a member of Congress, and as a prosecutor who went to court on behalf of victims, particularly on behalf of sexual assault victims. That's who I am and have always been. This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends, and I appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support, and I look forward to updating you very soon.
Okay, so I just wanted to update you on that. Wanted to give you an update on that. And I wanted to put on the screen, we have some footage from Islamabad, Pakistan. Islamabad, Pakistan, where these negotiations are supposedly going to happen today. Let me show you Islamabad, Pakistan. Where is this? There's one. Okay, I got one. There. Look, it's Islamabad, Pakistan. Okay, before we get into this real quick, I do want to say a big thanks to El Ana for your support. She said that today was truly a moment to remember. The historic NASA journey around the moon. Hey, El Ana, thank you so much for your support of the channel. That's really nice of you. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Also, I want to say a quick thanks to, sorry, I got delayed thanking people on Facebook. Lisa Perkins, Michael Clayton, Kristen McConnell Gates, and S.K. McWoozy. Thank you so much for the Facebook stars. And over on Twitch, Tech Slug, thanks so much for the gift subs. Tech Slug, that's very nice of you. And the also Tuckfexus, thanks for subscribing. Swamp Donkey, thank you. And shout out to all of our mods who have been here and are here. Ruth is here right now. Really, really appreciate it. We've had a lot of people chatting in our chat rooms today. Over there on Twitch, we have I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 there right now. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Bodied, Andrea Holder, thank you so much for being there. I know Margaret Riley's been over there today. Paul Anderson, thanks, Paul. All of our moderators, huge thanks. So, in terms of the war stuff, so I will say in the last day, I've not heard of, I don't know that I've heard of any new attacks. Iran hasn't fired any missiles at Israel in the last day. I'm not even aware of, I haven't really been closely checking, but I'm not aware at this point of any kind of Iranian attacks reported in other countries in the past day. I'm not aware of any kind of attacks reported on Iran in the past day. So the ceasefire certainly seems to be, I mean, there's a big difference post-ceasefire than pre-ceasefire. And we have today coming up, it's 8:25 a.m. there in Pakistan. But this afternoon, there's supposed to be talks between the U.S. and Iran. I'm not aware that there were attacks in Kuwait in the past day. I'll check, but I haven't seen them myself, but I haven't gone back and thoroughly checked, so. Yeah, I mean, Kuwait had posted something 12 hours ago. The last Kuwait alert about, well, 12 hours ago, they said that they had dealt with, in the last 24 hours, 7 hostile drones. I haven't seen any new alerts from Kuwait saying they're dealing with drones and missiles. So anyways, it does seem like again, certainly, I don't know if nobody fired anything at anybody, but there's a huge difference between now and a few days ago before the ceasefire. And in terms of Israel, I mean, I've heard of things here and there involving, once in a while you see like a rocket alert in Israel because something's fired from Lebanon. But in the past day, I haven't seen many reports of Hezbollah attacks on Israel. I believe I've seen maybe a few reports of Israeli strikes in Lebanon, but nothing like a couple days ago, the day after the ceasefire, Israel carried out the biggest attacks of this war that they had done in Lebanon on Hezbollah. So, again, compared to the last 6, the last day has been pretty ceasefire-y compared to the last 6 weeks. Reportedly, there's a big police presence in Istanbul. Not Istanbul, Islamabad. I'm sorry, Istanbul's tricky. Islamabad, Pakistan. You see, this is a police checkpoint here. But I did want to talk about these upcoming negotiations. Let's talk about this. And we'll take your comments on the air. You can see here, U.S. and Iran set for peace talks, but doubts emerge over Lebanon, sanctions. Our viewer Flanzy says so far has been quiet for a few hours now. Let's see here. By the way, CAC says they seem to be stopping more cars today than they were yesterday. Well, today we have the U.S. and the Iranian U.S. delegations are both there. I think J.D. Vance has arrived already. I'm not positive, though. Actually, maybe not. I'm not sure if maybe he hasn't arrived yet. When we started this stream, J.D. Vance was still in the air. Oh, sorry. I got to update. I hadn't updated my headline. So Reuters reports the U.S. and Iran were to hold negotiations in the Pakistani capital Islamabad today to end their 6-week-old war, although Tehran threw the talks into doubt by saying they could not begin without commitments on Lebanon and sanctions. So it's not clear, it's not guaranteed that talks will end up happening today. The U.S. delegation, including J.D. Vance and including Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, was on its way to Islamabad after a refueling stop in Paris. We saw that earlier. They were flying over France. And I'm looking at the flight time. I'm thinking maybe they might be just getting there around now or something. I don't know if they're there yet, but if not, they're probably close. The U.S. delegation, but the Iranian delegation arrived on Friday. The parliamentary speaker and the foreign minister are leading that delegation, and the Iranian Speaker of Parliament had posted today saying two of the measures mutually agreed upon between the parties have yet to be implemented: a ceasefire in Lebanon and the release of Iran's blocked assets prior to the commencement of negotiations. These two matters must be fulfilled before negotiations begin. Now, the U.S. and Israel have said that they don't think the ceasefire applies to Lebanon. And also, I haven't heard anything about the U.S. agreeing to give Iran's blocked assets to them. So what's going to happen here? I don't know. Chris Newberry thinks these talks are going to be a charade. Can we track his plane? Said the Party Fairy. Earlier it was trackable, but I went to Flight Radar 24 later and I was not able to track it. So it seemed to have gone off radar. It was SAM. One of them was SAM 281, I think. It was on Flight Radar 24 before. And then where's the other one? Hold on. Yeah, so I don't see it now. Yeah, so right now, some of our viewers mentioned, this is a drone alert in northern Israel. I've seen these kind of things the last couple of days. Remember, Israel has been attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon the last couple of days, especially the day after the ceasefire. Hezbollah has been launching some rockets and missiles. But this is not, Israel says that the ceasefire doesn't apply to Lebanon. So this is not really, given that Israel is attacking Hezbollah, this is, I don't think my guess is Hezbollah doesn't feel like that they're bound by a ceasefire if Israel's not. So we're seeing maybe, it looks like some sort of rocket/drone attack stuff in northern Israel by Hezbollah, I would guess. Some more drone alerts. Dutchson says, is JD a good negotiator? Skaz, come on. Tana thinks it's going to be a quiet night. You mean by night, you mean night US, right? Because it's in Islamabad, it's the morning. Oh, is it trackable again? Hold on, I might have looked up the wrong thing. Hold on a second. Let's see. It's possible that I thought I was looking up the right plane and I wasn't looking up the right plane. Hold on. Oh, it is. I'm sorry. I see it. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know. Oh, actually, I don't. Is it trackable? Let's see. Right here. Yeah, see, it was off for a while. It was off for a while, but it is live now. Number 2 worldwide flight tracking. There you go. There are a couple of U.S. planes, so there's this one too. But that one looks like it's maybe, that's live too. So there you go. This is the U.S. delegation. They're flying to Islamabad. Islamabad is here. Looks to me like, they're not, if Islamabad is here, looks to me that they're like about over an hour away or something. I'm just eyeballing it, but see, it says Islamabad here. But you can see them flying, but they got a little ways to go. 2 planes. Kim says it's a 7.5-hour flight from Paris to Islamabad. I looked it up before and it suggested it was around that time. I don't know exactly. It says that they left. It says they took off Paris to 12:02. Estimated 1:39. I don't even have to tell you. I don't even have to guess how long the flight's going to be because Flight Radar 24 says estimate 1 hour and 39 minutes. Yeah, so these talks aren't beginning in the next couple hours. The flight's not even supposed to land for 1 hour and 39 minutes. This afternoon is when the talks are supposed to happen at some point. We can do 3D view. This is either J.D. Vance's plane or the other plane. I don't know which one is which. Hey, look, it says United States of America. Again, you can track that on flightradar24.com. Thanks for letting me know it was there. Ooh, there's some static. Why is there static? I have to tell them this. Hold on. I'll let Reuters know there's static on that shot. One moment. I want to let them know. I don't think there was static on that shot yesterday. All right, so I was mentioning that we talked about how one of the heads of the Iranian negotiating team said that the U.S. that there needed to be a ceasefire in Lebanon and blocked Iranian assets needed to be unfrozen for there to be negotiations this afternoon. So we don't even know what's going to happen. Also, according to Reuters, the head of Iranian parliament, who's one of the heads of the delegation, said that Speaker of Iranian parliament, Kalibaf, said separately that Iran was ready to reach a deal if Washington offered what he described as a genuine agreement and granted Iran its rights, Iranian state media reported. The White House did not immediately comment on the Iranian demands, but Trump posted on social media the only reason the Iranians were alive was to negotiate a deal. I'll show you what President Trump had to say. Mason D. thinks there will be no deal and that the Revolutionary Guard will not surrender anything. Here's what President Trump said about Iran today. He said the Iranians are better at handling the fake news media and public relations than they are at fighting. He also said the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Does that mean, is that referring to the fact that like he didn't destroy the civilization like he was saying he might? Is he saying like I left them alive so they can negotiate? I'm not sure. Dr. McRib says they should be thankful. Midtown Mike says he said the same about Zelensky, that he had no cards. Mr. White Lie says there will never be a deal. As I have said before, I have never during this war heard either Iran or the U.S. make what I would consider any kind of significant compromise. Not one. Either side. But who knows what they'll say in the room? Who knows what they'll say? User says Iran will never stick to a ceasefire. By the way, reportedly only 2 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz today. Hold on a second here. It's Me says Trump will attack right before negotiations end? David thinks the 3 sides are way too far apart for any meaningful deal. Reuters said that J.D. Vance, speaking as he headed for Pakistan, said he expected a positive outcome, but added, if they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find the negotiating team is not that receptive. Islamabad was under an unprecedented lockdown on Saturday, with thousands of paramilitary personnel and army troops on the streets. This is what we're seeing. Islamabad is under an unprecedented lockdown today with thousands of paramilitary personnel and army troops on the streets ahead of what Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif called make or break talks. Now remember, President Trump had announced the ceasefire, saying it was, predicated on the Strait of Hormuz opening up completely. Well, it has not at all opened up any more than it was. I mean, it wasn't physically closed, but it was basically closed because Iran could let pass who they wanted and block who they wanted. But again, NBC News reported today that 2 ships went through all day. We'll check marine traffic in a little bit. Also, the fighting continues in Lebanon. The Israeli ambassador to the U.S. and his Lebanese counterpart will hold talks in Washington on Tuesday. Lebanon's presidency said that. Now, another thing to remember here, this is Israel and the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government is not Hezbollah. Israel is fighting with Hezbollah, which is a group supported by Iran that's based in Lebanon. So Israel could reach some agreement with the Lebanese government, but that doesn't mean Hezbollah has to go along with it. Just keep that in mind. Lebanon's presidency said them and Israel had held a phone call on Friday and agreed to announce discussing a ceasefire. Agreed to discuss announcing a ceasefire and starting to set a date for bilateral talks under U.S. mediation. But Israel's embassy in Washington said the talks would constitute the start of formal peace negotiations, and that Israel had refused to discuss a ceasefire with Hezbollah. I'm a little confused on the specifics here, but I'm not going to get hung up on it. Hours after the ceasefire was announced this week, Israel launched the biggest attack on Hezbollah of the war, killing more than 350 people in surprise strikes in heavily populated areas, said Lebanese authorities. Iran's agenda at the talks includes things like includes demands for major new concessions, including the end of sanctions, acknowledgement of its authority over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran also wants the U.S. to pull all of its troops from the region. Remember this. Iran also wants to be able to get reparations payments for the damage caused during the war. Now remember, Israel, the U.S. wants things like the Strait of Hormuz opening up. We know that the U.S. doesn't want Iran to, the Trump administration does not want Iran to have that in about 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium that it has, highly enriched uranium. The Trump administration wants Iran to give up the ability to enrich uranium and to commit to not enriching uranium. So again, I'm not aware of any kind of big compromise or big concession that's been offered by either side at this moment. Curtis West says you have to understand the fragmented regime to understand why they have been infighting since the so-called ceasefire. From what I understand, it's not totally clear how exactly Iran is being run right now and the exact power structure there, but which raises the interesting point of is whoever is negotiating for Iran speaking for all the powerful forces in Iran or not? AP says many issues could derail the ceasefire and the negotiations. Many issues could derail the ceasefire and the negotiations that are aimed at making a broader deal to stop the fighting permanently. Trump did say, he told the press of his parting message to J.D. Vance before Vance left. Trump said, I wished him luck. He's got a big thing. We'll find out what's going on. They're militarily defeated. Speaking to reporters before boarding Air Force One today, Trump said, and we're going to open up the Gulf with or without Iran. He said, that'll be open. Maybe we'll do a poll about it. Maybe we'll do a poll about it, about the negotiations. Will the talks result in a U.S.-Iran deal? How's that? Some sort of deal. We'll look at marine traffic too. I am posting the poll. You guys, I have to actually post the poll first. Then I can show the graphic. But I need to post the poll. Christy Bell thinks it'll be take a very long time to get a deal. Right, the poll is up there. Now we can show what you guys are doing, thinking about how to do this. Let's see. Let's see what people said. Over on YouTube, 81% say no. Oops, 81%. I'm trying not to block the video of the checkpoint. Catherine Rosa Baker says, Jared Kushner is there also. He's a smart negotiator. By the way, on Facebook, 93% of the people say no. Oopsie. Oh, we're back. How about on Twitch? What do people on Twitch say? 90% say no. All right, well, if there's no deal, then what happens? What happens in a week and a half if there's still no deal? Does Trump extend the deadline? What happens? Wisco Joe says war. DX Adder says Iran dies. BMX Kane says more bombs. Mielke says boots on the ground. People think there's going to be fighting. Ninja says all the bad things happen. Daniel Lombard says Trump will not attack until Vance gets back in safe airspace. Woodcraft Supply Center mentioned that today the IDF posted about their attack on, was it Thursday? They said 100 targets were struck simultaneously across Lebanon. And the IDF eliminated 180 plus Hezbollah terrorists in 3 areas simultaneously. That was a strike that took about 10 minutes, I believe. On, again, I think it was the day after the ceasefire. Was it Thursday? And again, at the time, Iran and Pakistan said their impression was they thought that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. Sorry, some people had sent me some messages. I was trying to check out some of the messages people have been sending me. Thanks to NATO for being one of the people who told me about the ships, the planes still being visible on flight radar. Hang on. Black Irish, our viewer, says, in my opinion, for serious negotiations between the U.S. and Iran to result in a sustained ceasefire and an eventual end to all hostilities, Israel is going to have to commit to ending its military operations in Gaza and Lebanon unless they are directly attacked by Hezbollah. That might be that's what Iran is saying. Iran is saying there has to be a ceasefire in Lebanon. Would Israel do that? That I don't know. Would they even temporarily agree to do it? That's a whole other question. By the way, thanks for voting in our poll. So most of you, as you can see, most of you thought that most of you think that there will be no deal as a result of these talks. I saw something today about what Israel might do. Let me see if I can dig it up here. Chevy Dad thinks the Revolutionary Guard is not going to do anything they allegedly agreed to. This is just buying time. It's an interesting question. If the U.S. makes a deal with Iran, will Iran respect the deal? It's also an interesting question. Hang on. Oops. Hold on a second here. The Washington Post says U.S. team heads to Iran peace talks with a gulf separating the two sides. They say the two countries appear to have common ground on only one thing: their need to find an exit ramp from the war. President Trump is paying a political and economic price at home, and Iran's international isolation, a failing economy, and a fed-up population have only gotten exponentially worse, says the Post. But a mutual desire to end the conflict may not be enough, as the two sides come to the table with demands that leave little apparent room for compromise, which is what we were just talking about. Remember, the parliamentary speaker of Iran said that the U.S. claimed that the U.S. had agreed to release blocked Iranian assets and that the ceasefire applied to Hezbollah, a ceasefire applied to Lebanon, and said unless those two things are addressed, then there will be no talks today. The Post says a former senior Egyptian official who spoke on the condition of anonymity cautioned against paying too much attention to the public statements. Each side is allowed to declare victory and adopt some hardline rhetoric in the media to address to its domestic audience, the official said. The official said, the truce serves the interests of all parties. Everyone needs it. Otherwise, it would not have been necessary in the first place. I mean, there's something to be said for that. I don't think we'd be in a ceasefire unless both sides want it to be. Robert Malley, who played a senior role in Middle East policy and Iran negotiations during the last two Democratic administrations, told the Post, the U.S. and Iran might both have an objective interest in finding a way out. But there are other factors that show how big the gap is. Iran has publicly rejected U.S. demands that it stop all uranium enrichment, and that it hand over its stockpile of weapons-grade uranium, and that it sharply curtail its ballistic missile program, and that it end support for proxy militias in the region. The U.S. has said the retention of enrichment and missile capability, among other things on Iran's wish list, are not even on the table. The U.S. has indicated the removal of sanctions would only come at the end of a successful negotiation, not at the beginning of talks. While Israel appears to be abiding by the ceasefire in Iran, its attacks in Lebanon have continued, as we have talked about. Trump said Thursday that he spoke with Bibi and Bibi's going to low-key it. The Post says the Trump administration's biggest concern in these negotiations is the Strait of Hormuz, where normally about a fifth of global fuel supplies would transit through, but it has been effectively closed by Iran for what's around 6 weeks now. Trump has called for the strait to be reopened as part of any deal, but Iran is intent on formalizing its expanded control over the waterway. Iran has introduced a system in which tankers must get permission from Tehran to pass and begun collecting tolls, says the Washington Post. Secretary of State Rubio said, charging tolls is illegal and unacceptable. John Mearsheimer, a University of Chicago political scientist, said to the Washington Post he warned that the Trump administration's leverage may be constrained and that Iran's leaders would be out of their minds to surrender control over a strategic checkpoint that now gives them substantial economic and diplomatic advantage. On the eve of the talks, it was unclear whether the two sides would meet face to face or, as in previous negotiations, sit in separate rooms while a mediator carries messages back and forth. That's interesting. I don't know what's going to happen with these talks. I have no idea what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. I just don't know. Benny Hill thinks John Mearsheimer knows his stuff. That's what Benny said. Our viewer, Dr. McRib, said Mearsheimer is pretty knowledgeable, whereas Tony Wilson thinks Mearsheimer is an absolute hack. We have some different opinions in our chat about him. We have some different opinions. What are they going to eat at the meeting, says Marisol. Pizza, maybe. By the way, thanks so much to Corn Boozer gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Corn Boozer. Thank you. No, Dion, the negotiations will not be televised. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if they'll be doing, regular televised updates and speeches on TV. I don't know. Why is the camera there specifically? I mean, it's because, there's news there's news in, it's a Reuters camera. There's news in Islamabad. I mean, these talks are happening in Islamabad. There's a big security presence in Islamabad because these talks are happening. And, it's not, you're not going to see the talks on this camera, but I think it's nice having a camera from the city where it's happening. Oh, I should mention again, there was kind of an odd report in the New York Times tonight where the New York Times said that U.S. officials told the New York Times that Iran has been unable to open the Strait of Hormuz to more shipping because it cannot locate all of the mines it laid in the strait and lacks the capability to remove them. I have no idea. It seems like such a strange thing if it's true. I don't know if that's true. Again, the Times said that U.S. officials told them that. Now, I guess it could be true. I mean, you could also look at it and say, well, this is like an excuse from the U.S. officials, like, oh, well, we'll explain why it's not open yet. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a strange story to me. Why don't they find another shipping route? Well, actually, so in the Strait of Hormuz, I guess it's the navigation is difficult there, and normally there's a relatively narrow part of that strait, which is, I mean, it's a strait, so it's not wide in itself, but I believe it's only a couple miles wide where ships normally would go. Now, the relatively few ships that have been going through have been taking a different route, but the usual route is, I believe, only a couple miles wide. You can't just, all routes through the Strait of Hormuz are not equal for shipping, as I understand it. ERN says, that sounds like the story about Iran losing the keys. You mean the one that claims that they can't find the mines? Wayward says, wouldn't we see the mines being deployed by satellite? I don't know. I mean, I believe with mines, the Times said Iran used small boats to mine the strait last month. I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge about satellite information, but I mean, if it's just, a small boat and there's a bunch of small boats somewhere, I don't know to the degree to which that can be picked up. Maybe it can, I don't know. Also, my understanding is that sometimes some kind of mines can move once they're placed. So the article in the New York Times claimed that removing them is much more difficult than placing them, and it said that the U.S. military lacks robust mine removal capabilities. But also, it's not like the U.S. military is having their ships go through the Strait of Hormuz. So even if they knew relatively, if they had some sense of where they were dropped, you do not have ships, U.S. ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. It might be dangerous for them to do so. Why all of the scooters? We talked about this last night. I was reading something online, I think from Gemini, saying that scooters are very popular in Pakistan. I think they outnumber scooters and motorcycles. Gemini AI says, driven by high fuel costs and affordability. According to, hold on a second here. Without getting really into this, here is this. I was trying to get you some quick facts about vehicle ownership in Pakistan. Yeah, there's a number of articles I was seeing out there. Again, I don't know that much about it. I'm not going to get really into it, but there's a number of things online that claims that two-wheelers are very popular compared to cars in Pakistan. But I haven't done a lot of research on it, so it seems like that may be true. It seems from what I'm reading online, but I don't hold me to it because I haven't done a whole research project on it. Let's see here. Ninja Baseball Batman says they're getting popular in the US now as well. What is this? Hold on a second here. We should take a look at marine traffic. That's what we should do. Old and Broken says, I don't trust Pakistan or Iran. Why is there English on that sign, says Enigmatic? I don't know what it's normally like in Pakistan. I mean, I will say that, there's Americans there for this. But I don't know how signage normally works there. Wikipedia says over 70 languages are spoken in Pakistan. Urdu is the national language in the lingua franca of Pakistan, and while sharing official status, so English is one of the official languages there. There's 3 official languages in Pakistan. Urdu and English are the 2 nationwide official languages, but there are many spoken languages there. According to Wikipedia, Urdu and English are the 2 nationwide languages. Official languages. But anyways, I don't know, how the signage normally would be. Maybe signage in Islamabad is different from signage in other places. Yeah, guys, people say there's a new Trump post. I don't usually focus. There's all kinds of posts all the time on Trump's social media, on his Truth Social. The ones I focus more on are the ones that it seems like he typed out in text. Like if something's just like a repost, I really don't focus on it. And there's a post from 18 minutes ago where it just says the word great. And then there's some sort of screenshot from I don't know where that claims a bunch of tankers are heading to the U.S. to pick up crude oil for the Hormuz starved market. So I don't know if he even posted this. I usually don't really focus on those kind of posts unless it feels like it's some new thing from him, because there's all kinds of posts all day on that feed. He's expressing that he's happy with this supposed story that's not even sourced, that tankers are heading to the U.S. to sell oil to Hormuz-starved markets. So I don't feel like that's I didn't feel compelled to include that post in the broadcast because I didn't feel like it really provided anything significantly new. Whatever you think of it, you might agree with it or not. So just that's why I was not rushing to show it. Oh, I was going to look at marine traffic. Old man yells at clouds, thinks JD will get the deal done. Where is this? Here. This is marine traffic. So I had heard that 2 ships went through in the past day. Let's look at, this is ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com. So if I went to here and I did custom in the last 24 hours, let's play the last 24 hours. I'm going to play this for you. All right, this is the last, we're playing the last 24 hours. Okay, so I'm looking. Well, those, looks like the Chang Hang went into the Gulf, didn't go out of the Gulf. That's one, though. How about the MAB 5? Chang Hang, I don't know if the MAB 5 made it through. Maybe it did. Chang Hang, MAB 5. Okay, but now I'm still looking. We're about a third of the way through the day. Don't see anything. The way to the right is the way out of the Gulf. I don't see anything approaching this way. There's ZX Glory. Then there's this. This is very sped up, by the way. ZX Glory. That got up here. Maybe ZX Glory went through. ZX Glory went. Yes, ZX Glory went through. That one went through. Looks like maybe the Arad went through the other way. This one maybe went through. Maybe this one too. This looks like more than 2, but it doesn't look like a lot. It's almost the end of the day. Although the number that 2 went through, see the Jag Vikram went through too. We're almost caught up to the end of the day. Here's a bunch of them. Look at all these. Look at all these heading there. If you told me that in what we just watched, we saw 8 to 10 go through, I'd believe you. Looks like, you know, a few went in and a few went out. I don't know how many tankers, though. The color code for these layers, no. Filters, ship type. Tankers is red, cargo is green. If we go back here, what did I write down? I wrote down a couple. I can't even read my writing. MAB 5, was that one of them? MAB 5 is a chemical tanker. Did that go through? You can go to, there's MAB 5. Pass track. So the MAB 5 looks like it went through today. That's one ship. And it is a chemical tanker. I can't tell you why specifically it was allowed to go through. It's a chemical tanker. It is flying under the flag of Botswana. What kind of deal did they make with anyone? I don't know. What's the past track? Beats me. Why this one went through beats me. Yes, they may have paid, as Gabriel Chase said. I don't know for any of these that go through why they go through. That I can't tell you. What else were we looking at? There was MAB 5. We looked at that. MAB 5 we looked at. I can really speed it up like this. ZX Glory went through. ZX Glory definitely went through. That looks like a cargo ship, though. It's a bulk carrier. It is flying under the flag, a ship sailing under the flag of Mongolia. Reported destination Oman. How did this end up going through? I can't tell you. See, look. Why can't ships go through the south body of water? Look, so a couple things. First of all, it is, as I said, I'm not an expert on the Strait of Hormuz, but first of all, you need to go where Iran tells you to go. If you try to go through the Strait of Hormuz and you don't go where Iran tells you to go, you're risking getting your ship sunk. So we generally don't see ships trying to go through without permission. Basically, during the war, when ships have gone through, Iran has been having them go around Larak Island, which is right here. That's what Iran has been telling them to do. They came out with a map a couple days ago, Iran, telling ships where to go. And I think ships going right to left were supposed to go above Larak Island, and ships going left to right were supposed to go below Larak Island. But they want them near Iran. But basically, the reason the ships now are not going near the south is that Iran doesn't want them to. But also, another thing is, remember, normally the shipping lanes are quite narrow in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not an expert on why they're narrow, but it's, from what I understand, not an easy. You can't just as easily go through every part of the strait if you're a ship. I mean, some of our viewers are saying mines. That's a whole other thing. There might be mines in the strait now, but regardless of the mines, it's my understanding is it's not equivalently. It's not like, oh, take your pick of paths to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Navigation wise, it's not all paths are not equal. I believe also that technically, I believe that the water close to, this is Oman here. So if you get close enough, you're in Oman waters. And if you're, it's the territorial waters of Oman and Iran. Although by international law, you're supposed to be able to just go through that because it's between two larger bodies of water. Anyways, so I'm not an expert on the navigation. It's an interesting topic. I'm not an expert on the navigation of through the Strait of Hormuz. But, I mean, at this point in time, if you want to go through there, you basically need to go where Iran wants you to go. Now, one of our viewers, Mara, says depth is a big issue. That could be true, but I don't know that for sure. I mean, the New York Times had an article in March that said that the strait itself is narrow and shallow. Yeah, the Times says that shallow waters force ships into narrow lanes that can be mined and easily targeted. Anyways, we just showed you 24 hours. Again, it's the average ships that before the war, around 130 ships would go through a day. We didn't see 130 ships going through. Looked like more than 2 to me in the last 24 hours. But again, if you told me it was anywhere between like around 8 or 10 or something, that's what it maybe seemed like to me. But I'm not an expert on shipping. It looked pretty similar to the last couple days. Gary says, I thought it was 10. Gary Baines. Thanks to T. Willow. T. Willow gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you, T. Willow. Thank you. Chris N. thinks most channels would need to be 60 feet deep. These are not, I do not know the specifics on that. Oh, the thing about the, Curtis Cardwell mentioned something. Curtis, I had seen somebody post about that and I wasn't able to find the original story, Curtis. Oh, here it is. I found it. Thanks, Curtis, for letting me know. I'll show you guys this. Hey, here it is. CNN says U.S. intelligence indicates that China is preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran within the next few weeks. Okay. The systems are shoulder-fired anti-air missile systems known as man-pads. That's a new CNN report. I don't know if it's true. So CNN says, U.S. intelligence indicates that China is preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran within the next few weeks. And then they say the systems that Beijing is preparing to transfer are shoulder-fired anti-air missile systems known as man-pads. Again, all I can do is pass on the story. I can't verify it. A spokesman for the Chinese embassy said the information is untrue. Reuters mentioned this too. They said CNN reports that U.S. intelligence indicates China preparing weapons shipment to Iran. The network said there are indications that Beijing is working to route the shipments through third countries to mask their origin. Beijing is preparing to transfer shoulder-fired air missile systems known as man-pads, CNN said. Thanks, Curtis, for mentioning that. CAC says some very interesting-looking vehicles coming through this checkpoint. John Goyberg thinks it's World War III, if that's true about China. Now, Groomer says 100% tariffs heading China's way, if that's true. Remember, President Trump said that he was going to put 50% tariffs on any country that gave weapons to Iran. We'll see if President Trump says anything about it. That report. Quipson says enemy Iran has cash to buy Chinese weapons. Remember, China's been selling a bunch of expensive oil lately during the war. Yes, Gary Bain says, I thought Trump was visiting China soon. He's supposed to go, what is it, middle of May? May 14th, 15th. May 14th, 15th. What time? Talks supposedly start this afternoon. I haven't heard of any kind of fixed time. If they start, Iran has said that they're not going to do talks if there's no ceasefire in Lebanon, and they don't get and their blocked funds in certain funds that have been blocked of theirs are unblocked. I don't know that either of those things are going to happen. So we'll see if these talks actually happen. The temperature in Islamabad is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. All right. Hey, guys, it's 12:38 here. I think I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. We were on a long time covering the ship thing. I got to take a little break. It's been very busy today. And I'm sure we'll be on more in the coming days. But I think I'm going to try to take a break and wrap this up. And because I do anticipate doing more coverage. So I think we've covered basically. We've done a brief summary of where things are at. But I really do appreciate everybody watching. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry we didn't get to do as much war coverage today as we have previously, but that's because we were covering the big Artemis landing. So let me do that. Let me get some rest. And look, if there's some kind of huge development later and I'm awake, we can come back on the air. We can always come back and do another stream. We'll do that. But I really appreciate people watching the stream and hanging out and talking about what is coming up with these talks, and we'll have to see what happens. Seems like you guys are not optimistic for a deal, but then what happens after that? So, I really appreciate you guys being here. Hey, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. And I would suggest turn on the notifications. You never know when big news is going to happen. There could be some new big story and I have to rush on the air and cover it. And if you don't want to miss it, turn on our free notifications. That will send you a notification whenever we go live. Before we go live, it's easy. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for the notifications. Also, I will post on my X account @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news updates @Lookner on X. Also, thanks so much to folks for sending me comments and posting in the chat and sending questions and sending me news updates. I'm glad we got to take some comments tonight from you guys. And we'll be taking more coverage in the future, but I appreciate your help with the broadcast and with the covering the news. Also, huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are awesome. The mods have been here. We've had a lot of people in the chat today, and our mods, as usual, have been here, keeping it civil and respectful. Huge thanks. Ruth is over there right now modding. Thank you so much, Ruth, for all the modding today, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Our Twitch moderators, Matthew Kohai 3 is still here with us. Thank you, Matthew, and all of our Twitch moderators. Oh, I owe TechSlug a thanks too. I missed a couple people on Twitch. I'll get to you in a second, Twitch. TechSlug and the other people on Twitch. Give me a moment, but I want to thank our moderators first. Thank you, Matthew Kohai 3. Also, thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. And our Facebook moderators, people like Andrea Holder, Kayla Ribati, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley. Thank you so much. Facebook moderators, all of our other moderators. Hopefully I got everybody. We cannot have our chat rooms without our moderators. And thanks to you for supporting the channel. A lot of people, really nice of you, supported the channel today. Very kind of you. I still owe thanks to a couple people. I missed it. TechSlug gave out 5 more gift subs. Thank you, TechSlug. TechSlug gave out a bunch of gift subs today on Twitch. Headstrom, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Our viewer Daniel says, I'm not sure this is going to go well. You mean the talks? Yeah, I mean, there could be, I'm sure in a few hours, there will start to be diplomatic news coming out this afternoon, whatever happens. I'm sure there will be maybe some diplomatic drama this afternoon. It's 9:44 a.m. right now. Yeah, I mean, again, J.D. Vance is not there yet. What's going on with this? Where's his plane? Where's the plane? It says estimated 49 minutes. Yes, look. This, you can go to Flight Radar 24. You can go to flightradar24.com. Here is the plane. There should be 2 planes. There is 1 plane. These are the 2 planes. There's 2 planes in the U.S. delegation here. The number 1 and number 2 tracked planes, and they are right now. Where is Islamabad? Right here. Oh, they're getting close. They're about 48 minutes away. See, Islamabad is. Well, I just lost sight of it. Is it up here somewhere? Islamabad is right here. But you can see it says 48 minutes. So by the time they get there and do whatever they need to do, it's 9:45 a.m. right now. It's supposed to be this afternoon. Okay. But thanks so much for your support. I really appreciate it. You guys are the reason. Your support is how this channel can be on the air. So thank you very, very, very much. Well, let me just make sure I got everybody. I might not have. Did I miss people? Hey, thanks to Sausage. You know what? I owe a couple people thanks. I didn't thanks. Did I thank Low Level Rebel? Oh, no. I missed a couple people. I didn't thank Low Level Rebel. I don't think I thanked Jasper Axelrod. Oh, no. Did I thank Jasper Axelrod? I just saw Jasper's super chat. I hope Jasper's still around. Thank you so much, Jasper Axelrod. And MRODRM. MRODRM, thank you. And Jonathan Anderson. Jonathan says, without the mines, there are specific paths through the strait deep enough to facilitate the passage of fully loaded ships. Thank you so much, Jonathan Anderson, for your support, and Sausage419. Thank you, Sausage. Much appreciated. By the way, another way to find out when we're live, good way, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there. You can follow over there. Also, let's see here. Hey, we do have a chat on Discord for free. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Thanks so much to our moderators over there on Discord, who moderate the Discord chat. Thank you. And for those who watch on YouTube, I would recommend turn on the YouTube notifications. Good way to find out when we're live on YouTube over there. Well, when we're live on YouTube, we're live on the other platforms too, but it's another good way to find out when we're live. If you want to turn on the notifications, you need to subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. All right. And thank you so much to our Facebook subscribers, people like Dolly Clark and Aaron Van S. And Michael Clayton and Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and Robert Rial II and all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Thank you. And our Twitch subscribers as well. Wall Street Shaggy Jack's Animals. LV3166. Who says it looks like LV says it looks like the checkpoints are getting more serious. We got a backup at the checkpoint. Yesterday they had the checkpoint set up, as one of our viewers said. They weren't really stopping many people when we were watching. Looks like they're on it right now. Looks like they are on it right now. I agree with you. Gina Pina, Hugh J, thanks for subscribing. Seed Music, Gamoff. Hot Rodacy, thanks for subscribing. Sandy Doggo, Boba J Fett, and Organized Chaos, Sank P, and all of our other subscribers. Thank you so much. Tuck Fexus. Seems like the traffic's really going to back up because we've seen a bunch of cars go through there normally. If they're going this slow, look at this. Also, thanks so much to our YouTube members. Chris N, Enigmatic MF, Gary Baines, Haruna Q, Survivor, CAC, Roy, Marisol DeVille, Marisol Delvalle, Michael Avery, JD63, Greg Scherer, that guy from that thing, Alex Banking, Platinum Dose, David Joe Klotz, Bernard Tapey, all of our YouTube members, Jelly Plane, thank you. Also thanks to our other viewers like Michael Ramirez, Judy Fishaw. Thanks so much for watching, Rafael Martinez. Hey, Corn Boozer gave 10 more memberships. Thanks, Corn Boozer. That's so nice of you. Thanks for all. Corn Boozer's given a lot of memberships. Thank you, Corn Boozer, for all the memberships lately. Very nice of you. Yeah, this we have seen a noticeable difference since the first time we watched the stream yesterday. I feel like it's different even now than it was an hour ago. This is an active checkpoint right now. Chris N says the U.S. won't agree to a bad deal, I hope. I think that's what Chris N said. Is that what you said, Chris N? Thanks, Platinum Dose, for watching. Let's see here. Zambo, thanks for watching. Jen, Dan, Jem, Liab, thank you for watching. Simp Nasty, thanks for watching. Barbarossa says, so that is a traffic jam. It's going to be a traffic jam with this pace of cars going through. It's fine. I mean, I don't care either way. It's like they need to do what they need to do. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying we have seen cars regularly going through. So if all of a sudden you slow down to this, it's going to get very backed up. Sambo said it's going to get cray-cray. Thanks, Trigon Park, for watching. Just a Hunch for watching. Mason Rotman. Laser Gecko. Dave the Slave. A Saved Man. Two-Wheel Bicycle. Anatolian Alt. Wise Science. Thank you. Indrid Cold. Thank you. All right, we are wrapping this up. We are wrapping this up. Time to take a break. Oh, NASA Artemis posted pictures. Look, the NASA Artemis, they posted photos of the astronauts as they were on the ship, on the recovery ship. There you go. We were saying we hadn't seen close-ups before. They just got back from space. Crazy. Okay. I think it is time. I'm doing one last check here. But again, if there's something huge, I can always come back and do another stream. All right, guys, thank you again for watching so much our coverage of both we did a lot of coverage today of the Artemis landing and also some coverage of what's going on with the war and the ceasefire and the negotiations. Hey, thanks Don Coe for watching and all of our other X viewers too. Shout out to our X viewers, Don and our other X viewers. I forgot to say thanks to you. Ooh. Is there static? I'm still hearing it. Still hearing the static. Yeah, it's that video. All right, anyways, I told them about it. It's not going to matter for us right now. But, hey, thanks Somewhat Damaged for watching over there on X. And all of our other X viewers. Now I don't have the audio on. All right, I got to wrap it up. We got to wrap it up. We have to wrap up this stream. We're wrapping up this stream. It's getting wrapped up. Thanks. All right. Damaged Jade, thanks for watching too. Okay. Hey, guys, that's it for now. Thank you for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.